It's alright. Sorry for taking so long to join, but here I am.
Quick, somebody swear.
Hello everyone and welcome
Fuck.
to yet another lovely Saturday with D&D. And look at me, I forgot to open the thing, as always. Today we are going to be having green team, composed of some of your favorite characters, traveling through northern Nolyn and doing all sorts of weird shenanigans, like they have been doing for so long now. Also, don't mind me while I fix the UI. So, last time around in Conquerors of Nolyn, quite a lot of stuff happened. The green team managed to make their way through quite a series of obstacles, and yet there's so much more down in their paths, and they have started to seek out their own personal fortunes and fates. The search now is taking them westwards, through the crossing and over other many locations in northern Nolyn, out of the Mythosian colony's territories and into the wilds. So, last time around they left Redemption and went westwards towards the Donna Lune Valley, where Crossmaster told he was gonna be waiting for them. And so they did. They went that ways, traveling through roads, and then they found that the roads ended that way, and they had to track their own path, which they did for a while, and eventually came across a bunch of destroyed wagons. Upon exploring the wagons, they came upon a grim realization that Lucas, the tabaxi Neo has been seeking for quite a while, was indeed captured, was being taken this way, and now his captors lie dead on the ground, and Lucas is nowhere to be found. As the party is having this realization, they also come across Crossmaster, who's a powerful wizard, but more than that, he is the Blizzard of the North, an ancient white dragon that disguises himself as with humanoid forms. After finding his master, Regaorent, he told the party that the two Blizzardlings, Donar and Neo, needed to go with him to Dosidai, where they would be safe from all sorts of harm imposed by fiendish creatures coming from the hells, with the apparent objective of destroying him for having assisted with the death of one of them decades ago. Donar and Neo decided not to go because they still have matters to finish and conclude in the world before thinking of settling down anywhere for whatever reason. And thus, Regaorent, the ancient white dragon, took away their protection, part of their dragon being that allows them into Dosidai unharmed. In short, they are no longer welcome at the home of dragons. But he did promise to return said protection if the party, if the green team managed to find a way to defeat said threat and make sure that all the other dragons in the land are safe and sound. And also, he gave Kra a task to find other Blizzardlings across the lands and take them to Regaorent, that's so he can protect them. And that is where we left off last session. So, green team, you find that Regaorent, the Blizzard of the West, suddenly starts walking away into the distance, and for a moment you find it odd that a wizened old human is just walking away, but you just saw this wizened old human turn into a gargantuan white dragon, so you feel like wherever he's going and whatever he's going to do, he'll probably be fine. And when you look around this road, well, this tattered road with wagons, destroyed wagons to both sides, you imagine that Regaorent by himself was able to cause this much destruction. And for a moment you are glad that he's on your side. So, you look back towards the path ahead of you, and what are you doing now?
Considering that I was the only one not paralyzed, I'm gonna go check on both Donner and Neo and see if they're okay.
Sure. At the as soon as he took away their protections, the party felt the paralyzation effects dissipating. They're still shaken, but they're no longer paralyzed. But indeed, you approach both Donner and Neo, and they look normal on their surface, but you can tell that emotionally, thanks to your high passive insight, they've been shaken even further than your other companions.
How are you two? I know having a dragon just kind of basically rip something from you is probably not pleasant. Are you okay? Is there...
It certainly wasn't the way I expected to start this day or end it. And I understand why he did it. I wish he would have just talked with us first.
I agree with this. His actions are understandable, yet selfish.
I mean, it sounds like he's protecting more dragons to be honest, I don't know much just from my hearing.
Sounds like a mix-up of trying to do the right thing for wrong reasons or the wrong thing for the right reasons.
I think it's
a little of both.
It's a weird combination of all of it. He wasn't nice about it, but he did have to do it.
I think when anything lives that long, it tends to lose touch with society and becomes sort of its own thing.
I can agree with this as well. One who has lived for so long and who has been a target of so many would become disillusioned with society as a whole and would likely go to these great lengths to preserve themselves.
Well, especially considering people have thought dragons have been extinct.
Right? I just...
Clearly not.
Also,
So-
you said his name was Regalranth?
I believe that's what he said.
Oh, gosh.
What? What, you sound like you heard
Master
the name
Lilith
before.
told me about a dragon. One that was going to... that her and her friends saved from sacrificing basically his own life to do some nasty, insidious things. And she did give me a name for that dragon, and that was the name. So, Kra, seriously, your master is a dragon? You know, that would have been some nice information to have known.
I didn't know that.
Yes,
I
I
thought he
imagine.
was a human.
I imagine that in his attempts to preserve his life, he would have taken on a human guise or an elf guise. Taking on a protege is definitely unexpected, however.
I mean, yes and no. I know I can just speak about other mentors. They tend to pick their trainees or whatever. Just because that seems to be the natural thing to do, to spread knowledge and experience.
Well, he does seem like he's, from at least from what my master described, has mellowed out, considering that before he was basically a rampaging destruction across the colonies back in the day, and she and them stopped him from things with their words. It's kind of the oddest thing. Yeah, so, well, I guess we got things we need to do.
Yes, and I would prefer to be moving southward as soon as possible, if you all do not mind.
The sooner we get to some form of settlement, the better.
Yeah, I kind of don't want to be out here with him, even if he is on our side. I'm scared.
True, you don't know when he's going to suddenly change his mind.
Especially after we turned down his gracious offer.
Indeed, I don't understand why he thought that I would go with him.
Maybe he didn't know about you and Kra. Maybe he didn't know about your desire for vengeance either.
True enough. I just wish he had told us that this was coming. I mean, I could have helped divert them from the village, and it wouldn't have been destroyed in all of this. You know, in a way, I hold him partly responsible for this.
I would also like to know why your village was destroyed, and yet my family has remained untouched, if at least myself or the entire previous line is some sort of blizzardling.
Maybe it's because you don't look it.
Or because you have enough power to defend yourself.
Or it's because he's blue.
Yeah, he doesn't look it.
Par, something wrong? Are you okay?
I'm rather less than comfortable out in the open, to say the least.
I believe we should proceed southward towards Hengemar. Perhaps Lucas is there, and perhaps being in someplace less open will soothe Par's nerves.
True. I mean, there's not much, but we'll have to probably pass through the woods, Lucendi Woods, to get there.
That'll certainly help you, Par, because there will be something over your head then, the trees.
That's all well and fine.
And then maybe we can go to
Neo
Greyford.
will help Par off the floor.
Alright, so you feel that Par looks shaken more so than ever, and you get the sense, to a degree, you have heard him tell that being out in the open just feels overwhelmingly unsafe for him. But after being out in the open and seeing that indeed big things can come from any direction, and there's no limit to their size when you're out in the open, even if they are friendly, is still quite daunting an endeavor to take or see. And as you help up Par, who looks very shaken, I imagine the party now starts moving south towards Hengemar.
Yes.
Alright. You do that.
Neo will make sure Par is close for at least some comfort.
Alright. So you make your way back south through this half-destroyed road that you just took to get over here. And it feels odd that you, after quite a while of travel, still catching on a whole lot of rain that falls upon you all, you end up in the same place where you began your day, at the little bit further into this destroyed road. You pretty much make your way back to where you had camped last night, and find that you travel back and forth in a day. And to some degree you also get the sense that you're fairly close to Hengemar, although not close enough. If you wanted, you could push and travel through the night and maybe arrive at 2 in the morning or something. Or you can sleep and arrive there tomorrow by lunchtime.
So what? So we're gonna keep going, or?
I'm good for stopping. We shouldn't push our mounts that hard.
Mount. I don't think the rest of us have horses.
Ah, that's right.
Yeah, we're walking, buddy.
Yes, the only people who are mounted are Jamal and Bra.
Normally I would make a joke at this, but I don't feel like it.
It's alright there, Par.
Why don't we rest here rather than traveling through the woods at night?
That sounds good.
I'm for that.
perhaps we can at least rest at the edge of the forest if we are not there already.
You're close-ish. From where you are, despite all the rain, you can sort of see it in the distance. You see it's about 1.5-ish kilometer. It's a mile away.
No, we should be able to cover that
So I
in quick time.
believe camping at the edge. Yeah, I believe camping at the edge of the forest would greatly help soothe Par.
Also, don't we sleep in a bubble?
We
Yes.
do.
Craw knows the magics of making this small hut thing.
So all of you make your way to push on for another hour, well, half an hour of travel, to get closer to the edge of the forest, and it gets a little weirder because as soon as you start to get closer, the terrain gets a whole lot more muddier. Whereas before we were in grasslands where it was pretty chill as far as terrain goes, and here it gets somewhat muddier, but not too bad. And you start to set up camp, I imagine.
Yep.
Okay. So all of you put up whatever sort of plans you have, probably repeating the endeavors of last night, well, a couple nights ago, of using the boat to form sort of a support / canopy where you can huddle underneath of. Cry, you cast the tiny hut.
Yes.
Ritually, that is. And within a short amount of time, you're all huddled together, taking cover from the rain, and things are looking good. For the night, at least. There's an incredible amount of sirens going on in the streets today, for some reason. But anyway, as you guys huddle together, you decide to start taking your watches to protect the group throughout the night. So I need 2 persons to take watch tonight.
I would like to take a watch with Par if nobody has any objections.
Go
And
ahead.
I was also going to suggest taking a watch with Rend. So,
And you should have someone at the end with dark vision to make sure nothing sneaks up on us, and I'm glad to help out with that.
And if Donner's going to take that watch, Basil will take it with them.
Okay.
I'm, however, gonna sum it up for 1 watch per day of travel, because you're in fairly civilized lands, so I don't need to go through every single person taking their watch turns.
But we want to talk.
I mean, you're gonna keep traveling. There are gonna be plenty of opportunities for talking.
Fair enough.
This is true.
So, Sienna and Par, the 2 of you take watch for the night. You watch over the party as everyone else falls asleep inside the tiny hut. Kra's tiny hut, even. And I would like the 2 of you, Sienna and Par, to make a perception check. With disadvantage because it is raining.
And
do
it's
you
night.
Do you want to give us cards?
That is right, I will. I will give you guys cards, although I don't think you need it.
I mean, for later.
Sure.
you never know what's going to happen.
No pressure.
Yep, not recall. Deal. 1 card to all players. There we go. You all have cards now.
I shall not look at it until I think I need it. I like the fun.
Oh, look at you. So throughout the night, it's a pretty tranquil watch. Just looking over, seeing if nothing happens. And even though it's nighttime and it is raining, you guys have you're quite observant, and you keep your eyes peeled for anything that happens throughout the night, and nothing seems to happen until, that is, something does happen, and the two of you see a shimmer in the distance. It would seem like something very big and invisible moved past you, not close by, far enough, about a mile-ish away, but it was very noticeable. You saw it moving, and this shimmer in the air, as if something gigantically and invisible had just moved in, and you saw some of the trees in the distance kind of ruffle a little bit, and you saw the shimmer move until it stopped a ways away from you. So, CNN Par, what are you doing?
You see that, right?
Yeah, I have no idea what it could be, though.
Whatever it is, it's sizable.
Yeah. It's also not really there.
Only one way to find out. I'm gonna throw a rock in that direction.
Alright. It is a ways from you, like, you see that it seems to stop about a mile off from where you guys are. And Par, you try to throw a rock that direction, which is plenty far, so make a strength check, please. Alright. You throw the rock, a pretty sizable rock even, and you throw it and you see it just crashing leaf after leaf as it makes a fairly long trajectory all the way over there, and when it lands you just see some fluttering of birds that just seem to fly out of trees and off into the distance, but aside from that, nothing else seems to happen.
Did Dinar mention shimmers to us last night?
We did. Both Basil and I told the party that we had seen something out there, but we couldn't find what it was. We didn't think it was that big. We just saw something.
Yeah, it did seem like it was normal, but we weren't going to worry everybody since nothing was coming at us.
You didn't roll a high enough perception that time.
Aha.
Well, then it seems like something is following us.
This will only add to my discomfort.
Why don't you like open spaces, Par?
If something attacks you, and it is something that you cannot defeat, there is nowhere to go.
But there's everywhere to go. There's literally 360 directions.
In a labyrinth, if something chases you, you have ways to escape. Paths, turns, things in the way. Out in the open, there is nothing.
But labyrinths and tunnels underground all have dead ends, and things can come through the walls and the floor and the ceiling that you can't see coming at you. But if you're in the open, then you can see in every direction, and you can see whatever is coming at you, even if all you can see is a shimmer.
Have you tried to go through a wall?
I'm not a burrowing animal, but I could turn into one.
It still provides some measure of obstacle, does it not?
Yeah. but it can still happen. And if you're focused on something else in the tunnel, you may not notice when all of a sudden one comes through a wall and now you're surrounded and you can't go in either direction because there's walls underground.
I still find safety among having cover on all sides, at least where there's something I can do and have a direction I don't have to worry about.
I guess that's true. I've never liked being in tight tunnels or underground or any of that.
If your back is against a wall, then you only have one thing to focus on.
But you're also trapped with nowhere to go.
Still only one thing to focus on.
I guess I think more about running away, and I like having options for that.
It has come to my understanding that people who are generally trapped tend to fight more aggressively and more adamant for their life. Whereas someone who is running randomly out in the field will have no direction.
They won't have a direction that they pick, but I find that if you trust in the nature around you, then the direction that you didn't pick but that nature provided for you is the correct one. Which makes me wonder whether or not we crossed this invisible thing in some way without knowing.
Well, if it's to attack, I would really hope it does so under trees rather than in the forest, or rather than in the hills.
Well, I guess we'll end up seeing, won't we?
As you guys are talking, CN Empire, you see that suddenly, out of nowhere, and apparently unprovoked, the shimmer starts to move again. And it seems to move far away from you guys, just going off into the distance, until you can't notice the shimmer anymore.
Well, it hasn't been aggressive either last night or tonight, so that's always a good thing.
Just knowing it's there is unsettling.
And thus, have you guys got anything else to say?
I'm all set.
Okay.
Good.
So, despite this little scare by whatever the shimmer is, that seems to be nearby at times when you guys take your rests, it seems gone, which gives you some comfort. And then, after everyone has a turn to take their watches, morning comes. And you wake up, greeted by sunshine and birds singing. And cloudy weather-ish, here and there. But other than that, quite warm and pleasant. Definitely unlike the rain that you guys were facing last night.
There certainly seems chaotic around here. Hot one day, cold and rainy the next, hot and rainy another.
It's a weird summer.
Very much so.
I kind of like the rain.
Yeah, I also do not mind the rain so long as it is not cold. Feeling the water on my bare scales is quite invigorating.
So,
It's also kind of cozy when it rains.
after waking up, you guys do your morning preparations. I'm also assuming that you conjured a shitload of good berries, Sienna.
Thinking on that, I'm only gonna make 50 instead of 90 the night before because I want to keep some spell slots on reserve just in case something happens.
Fair enough.
Yeah, only 50.
Only
Ren-
50. Over half.
Ren will eat the expired berries.
Nobody expired berries. They're nice berries.
But yeah, it is morning. You guys have all woken up, so you have recovered all your spell slots. So I imagine you guys are gonna keep traveling down south to Hanjamar, right?
Yes.
That's the plan.
Okay.
Neo wanted to talk to Rend on the walk.
Yes, and since it's actually daytime, if Par would like to talk with Rend as well, that's definitely an option.
So the party packs up their camp things and once again start to make their way towards Hanjamar. I imagine Donar and Kra atop Shitak, and the remainder
Yep.
walking. So, is there anything anyone would like to discuss during the travel?
Well, Neo would definitely fall a bit back with Rend, and as I said, if Par would like to come along, he's definitely welcome
Yep.
to.
Mm-hmm.
Rend, dear, I may be wrong in this assessment, but I sensed possibly a bit of hostility towards either myself, Par, or possibly both of us recently.
Oh, when was this?
This was when you had first revealed that you are much smarter than you have allowed us to believe.
Oh yeah, that. It wasn't really directed at both of you. It was more everybody. I'm used to being the one who makes the stupid mistakes and all that. But then I see people turning down magic items when it might be a necessity to have them occasionally.
Well, I can understand your frustration, dear. However, if these magic items were powered by a different source, this would not be an issue.
And theoretically, what's going to happen if we can't find a way to get these souls free? What's going to happen?
As far as obtaining magic items for ourselves would go, I imagine we would do things the old-fashioned way, as it were, and ask an enchanter for their time, and enchant an item over an extended period, rather than infusing it with a soul of we don't know who this person is. So we
I'll
have no.
agree. I'm rather against this whole idea of using the soul to charge a weapon. It's petty and vile. Doesn't even depend on the soul. This kind of craft is unnatural, and Neither I nor Pasperon care for it. You should know that.
Indeed, which is why, when I eventually study this phenomenon, I would also inquire as to how we can prevent it from happening, or perhaps free the soul that is within.
No offense, stopping the practice sounds easy enough. Punishable by death.
Perhaps, but there could be more than a single entity behind the practice, you understand.
I'm not talking about making the crystals. I'm talking about the people using the crystals to turn to magic items.
At this point, there is no way of knowing who knows about the souls within the crystals and who does not. So we could very well be putting yet another innocent victim to death.
Well, yeah. Of course, there would have to be a warning up front.
I believe if we are to do something along those lines, we should create as little mass hysteria as possible.
Depends on what you want to do.
I, for one, would prefer to end it at the source rather than the individual level.
Agreed, I'm just being, what's the word?
Facetious.
Maybe. I'm smart, but I'm not incredibly smart.
We will not hold your faults against you, dear. However, your attitude towards Par and myself is still favorable.
Oh yeah, no problem. Just be aware I will bite back with the constant flirting occasionally.
Oh, please. Perhaps you misinterpret. Flirt is more of just playful interaction. I mean nothing by it. In fact, the fact you mentioned you had a girlfriend is rather enjoyable to my goddess. So please enjoy that relationship. If you need advice, though, don't hesitate to call me.
I just know she's somewhere near Grimlake, that's it, right now.
So as such.
Yes, I definitely understand your want to get to Grim Lake. It is similar to my own want to get to Enjamar. I do not even know if Lucas is still there, if he is there at all.
Well, we should find out.
Hey, Doug.
Hello.
Can I wild shape into a Kaval and scout the road ahead to Hemjamar?
Sure. You think back to about nearly a month ago when you saw a Kaval, back when you were in Murgos, and you focus your inner self into turning into such a creature, a a creature of well, pretty much a horse of equine build, but with the front body of what seems like an eagle with big talon-like hands, mane of feathers, and a very sharp, hard beak in the face, with quite good vision, as it happens as well. And thus, Sienna, you, after turning into a Cavall, you decide to scout ahead. The road between where you guys are and Hejamar, so make me a perception check.
with advantage because it has keen sight.
Sure.
To use my perception, it's wild shape.
Oh my. I suppose.
18.
18, alright. Make your way to Hanjamar. Well, not to Hanjamar, but way further ahead than the group, trying to scout everything that's going on. And you don't see much of importance. You just see, at a certain point, some people coming your direction, but not necessarily towards you, but going that direction in the road. It seems to be travelers going to the crossing and possibly afterwards to Redemption itself. But they just seem to find a little bit odd that there's an animal that is not known to be around this region, to just be walking there freely, and then they just keep on their way. Eventually they meet the party and just pass through them, imagining that maybe you're the owners of said creature, as they just keep on going. Aside from that, you don't see much else. Yep, you do not see anything else worth of note.
Okay. I'll just scout ahead for a little while and then turn back to the party and tell them that it all looks good.
Yeah, you scout back and forth and everything seems incredibly safe. All the way to Hanjamar is safe, and not at any moment you see anything that sounds or seems like a threat. And after several hours of traveling, like in such a way, well, after 2 hours your wild shape ends, I imagine.
I'm sorry, I'm eating my lunch. Yes, I would like to return to the party before it ends, though. So, like, it ends as I get back.
Alright, so yeah. Before your wild shape form ends, you return to the party. But these 2 hours of scouting ahead doesn't bring anything of notice. Fortunately, that is. And after a few more hours of traveling, you arrive at Hanjamar in about 1 in the afternoon. And you just come into this smallish city, but still civilized enough. You see a lot of people just talking to one another, walking around, as people seem to be enjoying lunchtime to just have some leisurely chats and conversations with their neighbors and co-workers and travelers. And I have a playlist for cities. But at first, nothing seems out of the ordinary. Everything seems quite alright. That is until, I imagine the whole party is reunited at this point?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
At this moment, when all of you are coming into town, you just see what appears to be a bunch of kids kind of gathered. You just see several kids running past you, coming from all sides, as they just seem to run off into a specific direction. And when you follow the kids with your gaze, you notice that they are all flocking around this man, this tiger folk, who seems to be conjuring up some minor illusions of things, of fruits and flowers, and making little magic tricks for the kids. And then when he finally sees the party showing up, he's like, see, I told you my sister was coming, so I'm really sorry, kids, but I have to go right now, so I'll be seeing you all later. Stay in school, listen to your parents, and you, Stop doing that thing where you put your finger in your nose. That is disgusting. Hello, Maria, my sister. How are you doing? And he goes straight towards you, Sienna, with wide open arms, as if you know each other for years. But you never seen this man in your life.
You're gonna like slink back and be like, "What's going on?" Excuse me?
While he's talking to Sienna, can I do an insight check on him?
Sure. Make a insight check, Basil.
$14.
This man seems odd to begin with. You can tell for sure that he does not seem to know Sienna at all, but there seems to be some twitch in his eyes as someone who's tired of entertaining children for however long and wants a respite of that. So you get the sense he's using your party as some sort of a decoy to run away from the children. You don't... I know it's been so long that we have seen each other, and, well, I was expecting you to arrive yesternight, but you didn't, so, I just had to find ways to entertain myself, but I'm so glad you're here, Maria. How was the travel? How is you, your friends, and the family? Tell me about the kids.
Sienna's gonna hide behind Red. I don't know who you are. You have me mistaken. I'm sorry.
This is not your sister.
I'm going to walk up to him and I'm like, apologies, sir. Maria's been having she's been having a lot of late nights and her memory's not the best. So considering you might have changed your appearance since she last saw you, you have to forgive her being a little jumpy about someone coming right up to her.
He seems to look at you and you see this.
And I'm going to give him this wink in my eye of acknowledging that he was trying to get away from children, of understanding, and have him play along. Maybe we could go talk at the inn or something. I know these children you've been entertaining have been having a good time, but it sounds like you need a break.
You see his eyes just widen as there's a grin that comes to his face, and he says, "Oh yeah, how could I have forgotten? I used to have such long hair. I used to wear such drab clothes even." It makes all the sense in the world. Oh, Maria, it's me, it's Rags, your brother. I know I've changed, but I promise I'm still the same on the inside, and you are mighty right, Joseph. Let's go over there, the Curious Shield Tavern. It's an amazing place that sells, they have all kinds of beverages, and the best yet, kids are not allowed in, so let's go. And he just turns around and starts sort of guiding you guys towards the tavern. Kind of walking in front of you guys, kind of keeping a bit of distance from the party to make haste over there, that so nobody can stop him along the way. And he seems to be guiding you over there.
What a curious fellow.
You didn't tell me you had a brother.
He seems afraid of those children.
I'm just going to lean up to Rand and whisper, "Play along for now."
None of you.
Oh, okay, just want to get away from the kids. Got it.
I assume none of you speak Sylvan.
Nope.
I speak Elven.
My last name, Nostarenka, it literally means parentless. I was raised in a church by a priest of Gaffordern. I don't have a brother that I know about.
Well, with the number of children that were surrounding this young man, it would be quite understandable to try and pass off another tiger folk as his sister.
He's lucky I didn't look different then. I
Yes,
guess we're gonna
yes.
follow him inside?
Yep, we're going to follow him inside. I'm going to at least follow him inside. I want to
As
see
well.
where this goes.
Yeah, as will Neo. Aside from talking to another tiger folk, it would probably help going to a tavern for information on Lucas.
Tavern sounds like a good idea for a drink. So far, it's going.
All right. You don't need to follow him, by the way, but it would seem like you are following him.
I'm curious why he had us do this. I'm just wondering.
Fair enough. So you go follow the man who seems to have called himself Rags, and you walk into the tavern, the Curious Shield. And you can see that indeed, as soon as you enter the tavern, there is a device attached to a wall that looks nothing like a shield, but you imagine it would function as one. It's a tree bark apparently attached to a lot of little branches to make some sort of pattern, some kind of like a zigzag cross stitch pattern with branches. And you see there's also stones kind of just weighing the center of it and the surroundings. It definitely looks more like a piece of art than an actual piece of equipment. But you guess that's where the name of the tavern comes from. And as soon as you guys come in, you see that the Tiger Folk man is already sat on a table already with a big stain of beer, and he just raises his hand and says, "Ah, glad you came to join me. Come on, sit. Let's have a chat. Let's reminisce about the old days."
I would like to look at him with my divine sense.
Sure, Donar.
I'm going to sit down, and I'm just going to smile.
And as the rest of the party is heading over to this table, Neo will go up to the barkeep and order a round of drinks for everyone, including a second drink for Rags.
Quick question. Are we going to be staying here tonight?
It's only 1 o'clock, so it depends on how long it takes for us to find information about Lucas, I guess.
Okay, I was just asking, so in case we were going to stay here, I was going to get us free rooms.
So, Neo, you go over there, you ask for a round of beer for everyone, or ale, or whatever, plus another for Rags, so that's 1 gold piece.
Okie dokie.
Donar, as you cast your divine sense on the entire tavern, as you look around, nobody, nothing seems to be fiend, undead, or celestials.
Except for Cheetak outside.
Yeah, except for Shitak outside.
I total cover, so if Cheetak's behind the wall, it doesn't register.
Right.
But as you look at Rags, it seems like just an ordinary being. Not at all extraplanar. And as all of you guys sit down beside him, he just takes a big sip out of his stein of ale, puts it down, and says, "Ah. So, what is your actual name?" He looks at you, Sienna.
Sienna.
Ha! I could not have been further. You do look a little bit like Maria, though. Are you sure that's not your second name or something?
My surname is Nostarenka, but I don't have a middle name.
Well, middle names are overrated anyway. Surname's true a little bit, I feel. I'm Rags. Well, Rags is what people call me. My name is actually Ragamuffin. Nice to meet you all. thanks for the save back there. It's it can be horrifying a little, sometimes. You know, and the little ones, he just slams the table and approaches his face and starts talking in a hushed tone, almost dramatically changing his whole stance. When the little ones approach, you never know which one of them is just curious to see what magical tricks you have to do and which one of them is a pickpocket. It can be very daunting, and it can be very dangerous too.
Yes, children are quite excitable, aren't they?
I don't think I'd qualify children as dangerous, but that's just me.
Well,
In larger cities, it is possible for those that are less well off to pickpocket or use children to do the pickpocketing for them.
Yeah, it well, it can be, quite frightening even traveling alone like I have been doing, which is not wise, I know, but well, I have been having luck, and luck eventually runs out, so I have heard. Except for some folk who seems to be lucky every day, many times a day, but I'm not one such individual. So I see that you're a big group, you're a big band even of people, and would you mind a tag along for the journey wherever you guys are going? If you are going anywhere, I mean, if you also want to stay, I don't mind.
I believe that would depend on your destination.
Oh, I don't really quite have a destination per se. You see, I'm just traveling the world, see where it takes me. Well, to be fairly honest, I do have a destination. I want to go through Sozia someday. I hear that they have a very big academy of arcane arts in there, and in Mergy, if I'm not mistaken. And I had Dwidgert like myself would like to learn a couple things, some magical tricks more impressive than keeping children entertained.
I want to insight check him.
Sure.
I was going to ask that too, especially since he brought up Socia.
Oh, I'm insight checking.
1.
I was gonna say, Park could show him some magic tricks.
For children, Par. For children.
No, I think Neo is too distracted with Magic Academy at Socia.
Yeah, you just think back to you think back to that, and you think, no, wait, there's no. Merging is not in Sozia. Merging is in Sofak, and that just bamboozles your mind a little bit as you think, wait, that doesn't seem right, and that just completely throws you off. However, you, Sienna, and Basil perceive this guy to be honest. He doesn't seem to be lying in any way, shape, or form. He just seems to be indeed a traveling hedge wizard who has nothing better to do than to go from place to place.
I believe the academy you speak of is in Sofak, Rags, dear.
The name is kind of similar to Sozia. It's possible it's been a long time since he knew the exact location.
I mean, I don't quite know. It's been all the knowledge I have about those places is what I have heard from in my travels. I have not gotten to see the place myself, so I don't know.
Were you born out here in the wildlands?
Oh no, not at all. I was born a little bit further east from here. I'm actually from Chromis, but well, I just traveled a little bit. Never really managed to leave Nolyn. I hear that Hosenfeld is quite nice. I would like to go someday. What about
So
yourselves?
what are you doing in this town anyway? Just traveling?
Oh yeah. They say that you haven't lived until you've been to the wildlands, and well, it doesn't seem that wild. From where I'm standing, at least, seems quite normal. But then again, I guess we're just a few days away from civilization, so it's not that weird. But yeah, I was trying to go to Wild Haven. It seems like they have ships there, and in a way, it's one of the closest places to go to Sozia, or Hosenfeld at least.
How long have you been in Hengmar, dear?
Well, I have been just a couple of days trying to save some scrap. You see, sometimes whenever I go travel around, I make some some small parlor tricks, some magic, and sometimes people pay me. They seem amused by the little things I can do, and sometimes children also feel very generous when I summon up fruits or flowers or little bugs. They seem amused and they throw in a few copper my way, and I'm trying to save a little bit of money. Who knows what'll happen during the road?
In your 2 days here, have you seen a tabaxi with a fur pattern that is similar to that of a raccoon?
I have not seen, but I have heard of such a person as you describe. Are you bounty hunters?
Insight check.
Sure.
We want to get in on this. There we
Yes.
go. There's a 30.
Please, I'm
future.
keeping my eyes on this guy the whole time. I'm getting entertained by this almost. This guy's great.
It. Sienna Neo, you keep hearing his tale, and you cannot imagine such audacity to go out there into the world by your own and just traveling and not planning for a week from now, just trying to live day by day. It feels too odd of a lifestyle, and the two of you are just bamboozled at how someone can have stayed alive for as long as this guy have just doing that. You, Basil, however, you pay attention to him and everything he says, and you do notice that his expression, his demeanor seems to change a little bit as Neo describes Lucas, and he seems to be honest, but he seems to be a little bit more concerned as soon as you describe that. You get the sense that he's now worried about what kind of people you are. So are you
I'm
all...
going to look at him and I'm just going to be like, well, I can understand traveling, being on just your 2 feet and whatever you can carry on your back and traveling that way. And while my friend here, he's worried about his good friend. I mean, we haven't known each other for long, but working together, he's told us that the reason why he's traveled out this way, he's come even all the way from the main, from the east lands, from Mitos and all that, not from here in the colonies, come here and find his friend. I mean, he's traveling to find his good friend, and I mean good friend, here in the colonies. We worry about him, and I've grown akin to these folks here. It's nice. I can understand the freedom of traveling by yourself, but you shouldn't worry about this man here, and I'm going to smack Neo in the shoulder.
Ow.
He may act and have a demeanor of a noble, but he can get into a rough and tumble fight here and there and still hold his own. But he's not what you would think someone out to hunt someone down, if that's what you're meaning.
You had me worried there for a moment. I mean, you do have some smiles on your faces, but a whole lot of you seem to have a very mean case of the RBFs. So I thought you were bounty hunters or something. So
We have had a rough couple of days, you understand.
well, I know traveling is quite weird, but don't worry. Well, I mean, do worry. I guess this person you described, he's being hunted. I'm afraid there's a bounty on his head. Apparently he's been around and stole money from the mayor. So people are looking for the man, and if you're not bounty hunters looking for this man, then I would worry because there are people who are and are looking for him.
I'm sorry, you said RBFs?
Yeah, rest in bitch face. A whole lot of you seem to have it.
I'm hoping to pass Baron. You did not mean me.
I mean, when you're kind of angry, you do have that face.
I do not get angry.
Okay, I'm miffed.
Well, but I mean, don't get yourselves worked up over me. So, well, well, you all seem very friendly folk. Uh, like I said, do you mind if I accompany you throughout this journey? It would be much better than traveling alone. Huh?
That may also now depend on why you would be nervous if a bounty hunter is looking for you.
For me? No, there's no bounty hunters looking for me.
Insight check.
Sure,
Inside.
go for it.
20.
Are you in any way in trouble with the law?
I believe him.
He just seems to stammer a little bit, like, well, I mean,
Oh,
well,
I definitely just keep watching this guy. He's entertaining.
oh, you see, when you say the law, what do you mean? Do you mean like the law of nature, the law of the world and divines and such? Do you mean the laws of the sea folk? They are entertaining. I've heard stories of them because there are many types of law, and I'm definitely not in trouble with the law. I don't think.
When I say the law, I mean any and all possible laws you may be in trouble in, whether they be nature or official.
Especially the kind that might bring trouble upon your companions.
Indeed, and as we would be your prospective companions, we would appreciate knowing about any such troubles before agreeing to accompany you to Wildhaven.
Well,
With our insights, Doug.
you can tell that he's very nervous and probably not being forthcoming with you all.
I'm just gonna look at him and be like, we've all had our run-ins with the law before, so really, just be honest in the sense that if there's a town that probably you would not want to step foot in for a while, would probably be what I would say.
Well, I mean, I guess there are towns I would not step in again if I were given the chance and our opportunity because of such things as, some laws.
Criminal misunderstandings.
Oh, yes, exactly. Oh, my sister, my dear sister, I knew you would know it. I have absolutely, well, mostly no guilt of many things for which I have been using as a reason to get away from Kremis. And, from being inside Mythosian territory.
Perhaps I have a more direct question.
Sure. Well, what would you like to know? I mean, do you want to know more about the tabaxi? I can tell you a few more things about the tabaxi. Is that where your questions are leading up to? I hope it is.
I'm more curious what you're packing, what you bring to our table here.
Well, like I said, I'm a hedge wizard. I've learned a thing or two or three, and I know how to conjure some things. I don't know. I'm not one to go and using destructive magic, but if you ever need someone zapped by some, blasts of arcane force, I can certainly do that. Because, and he seems to kind of correct his posture and cleans up his shirt a little bit, trying to put a little bit more of an imposing air on his face, and says, "Just the other day, I learned a new spell. There's something we academics call magic missile, and I'm pretty good at it."
Cry is going to clap.
See, the young man there understands me. That's quite dangerous and deadly. I can snipe a squirrel if I wanted to. And I can even show you guys once we're outside of Angmar.
I believe at least 2 of our companions would not be happy if you sniped a squirrel.
Well, I won't then. I will snipe something else. I don't know. If there's...
Maybe you and Kra could trade notes.
Are you a wizard too? And he looks at you, Kra.
Maybe.
Oh, perfect then. Well, see, this is what I'm talking about. We've meet all sorts of friends on the road, and now seeing that you have something, I have something that you guys want, that is information on this tabaxi, and you are maybe a wizard. We have so much to gain from traveling together. What do you say?
I would feel much better about inviting you along if you were to describe the nature of your troubles with the law.
Well, you see, the law is a little bit finicky here and there.
Did you kill someone?
Make a persuasion check, Neo.
I'm also going to assume he's not a dragon.
Is not.
I don't care what all you say, I like him. He seems a little jumpy.
So,
Bet you like the jumpy ones, Par.
Oh, you.
My, whatever do you need?
Well, it's well, from where I see it, it's not bad. I worked in a library with arcane tomes. I helped to write some of them, a whole lot of them. I used to transcribe spell scrolls and other such things. But then there was a book that I really liked, because I really put a whole lot of my effort into it. And well, I asked the master librarian if I could keep it, and he said, "No, you cannot keep it because this is important for the library, and you cannot take it away from here." Blah, 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 blah. And well, I wanted to have it, so I just grabbed it, and I did not know that it was such a big deal to them.
So, you basically just stole a spell book.
Well, you see.
Technically, one that you maybe wrote some of it.
Well, not some of it. I wrote the whole thing, and theoretically, I didn't steal it. If it was already mine, there's so much of me in there. I put my own blood and sweat, metaphorically, into it.
I'm going to look at Kra, and I'm going to be like, Kra, you might have more knowledge of this than anyone else, but that's pretty much how a wizard does their work through their books, right?
Yes?
Okay. I mean, that's a valid point. I mean, you put in all that work, and yet they wouldn't let you keep one of them, even as like payment for all the work you've been doing. Seems kind of odd.
If stealing a spellbook is the only reason you are on the run from any sort of official, then I believe that we can overlook this infraction, and allow you along if the rest of the party agrees.
I like him. I want to keep him.
Happen to know where Lucas went if he's no longer here, would you?
Well, I did hear people saying that he was, well, that he had stole from the mayor and then he absconded with money, and people keep saying that he might have gone south to try and get in a boat and flee. That's the last I've heard of it.
You don't have a direction for South, Greyford or Wildhaven, or
Wildhaven, I believe. I'm not super great with geography, but I imagine that you can't really well sail from Greyford on a boat.
lighting.
He seems, as best as you can tell, he seems to be confident of his answer.
I'd believe it.
Yeah, Basil, you know that he's not lying. He has, according to what he believes at least, Lucas is going to Wildhaven.
Well, I mean, we were thinking about heading around this area anyway. I mean, Wildhaven would be a trek, but if it gets us closer to finding your friend there, Neo, it's not opposed to, is it?
No, I believe that Lucas is resourceful enough to make his way down south, possibly find a boat. I do wonder where he is going, however.
Looking at the map that I picked up in Redemption of these roads in these couple of cities here, and that I've been adding notes to. How many days would it take for us to get from Henjamar to Wildhaven? Lucas does have a 2-day lead on us.
Doesn't. Well, you travel 40 kilometers per day, so it would take like 3 days, I imagine.
I mean, I can speed us up a little if nobody minds flying for 2 hours.
No.
I like flying.
I'm not going to fly.
I can also summon draft horses, but straight line flying would be much faster. I can do war horses too, but I can only do 4 of those.
You do riding horses?
What, CR or riding horses, my good friend?
I don't know. Let me check.
I'm checking D&D Beyond right here. They're also 1 quartar, so I can summon 8 of them. I can summon riding horses for 2 hours. It'll take all of my level 3 spell slots, but I can do it.
Another thing you guys do know is that having traveled to this land yourselves mostly, you know that ships don't sail every day. The ships that are sailing every day are making like these shorter trips from Wild Haven to Redemption. But from Wild Haven all the way over to the mainland, those ships they take a little while longer to leave. So you imagine that even if Lucas is in Wild Haven, he might stay there for another 2 weeks before another ship leaves in that direction.
So maybe we should go to Grey Fort first, because Trent wanted to.
But if Lucas is looking for a way to leave, then that means he may end up somewhere else, and Neo would have to start again. We know where Jade is.
The question would be then, who would be in greater danger? Would Jade be in greater danger, or would Lucas be in greater danger?
Well, Jade isn't necessarily in danger. She's just. I've been told that's where she was.
Then would you mind if we went to Wild Haven first, dear?
If Lucas is in danger, no.
Ooh, if all that's up with him is a bounty on his head.
We do not know that is all the trouble he is in at the moment. For all we know, there are people that still think he holds the secret to you know
That
what.
place?
Yes, I shall not mention it currently.
I just realized my idea wouldn't help, so never mind. I was gonna suggest someone replace Locus and look exactly like him and gets handed in, and that would get the trouble off of him. But then I realized that if that person were to later mysteriously get out of their cell in the shape of a rat, it wouldn't help.
Indeed not. They would expect the person who is incarcerated to remain incarcerated.
Also, the bounty would most likely go up.
Indeed, I fear doing
That's
something
true.
like that
Forget
would
it.
only... I appreciate your suggestion, however. I appreciate that you are at least trying to be helpful. The sentiment is heartfelt.
Well, if we know where Lucas went, I guess we should just start heading there.
I will have one thing to add. While
What?
Rags may be welcome in our party for as long as he deems fit, should he continue to steal, let alone steal from me, you are stealing from the goddess Pasperon, and it will not be tolerated. Understood?
Rags, have you stolen anything other than that book, other than what is necessary for your own survival?
Well, I was not raised with, the malice to steal things, and besides, the one time was traumatizing enough for me. Having to run away like that, it's no easy task, man.
Insight check.
Sure.
It also wasn't a straight yes or no answer to my straight question.
You get the sense that no, he hasn't stolen anything else. It seems a little bit defensive, though, whenever you prod. But you get the sense that he's being honest about not having stolen anything else.
Well, good. As long as we have that understanding, welcome aboard.
Indeed, dear. Welcome to our party, as temporary as your stay may be. I may also mention that back in Socia, I did teach some others how to better use their magical abilities. So if you are at all interested, I may be able to assist you as well.
That, and I mean, we also have our own resident wizard here too. If he might be willing to help you, I'm not sure, but both of them were good spellcasters themselves.
Goodberry?
Oh, of course. Huh. And he picks one of the good berries and eats it up. It's like, quite good.
It's poisoned.
No, it is not. Craw.
Prod, do not scare the man.
I believe
was
with that,
funny.
you are now officially a member of our group.
And
The
you just
hazing process is
you
finished.
you just see this tiger folk with his tongue out, trying to scrape it with his claws, like. All you. All
Lucas,
right.
your flat voice was perfect for that.
Well. Well. I'm not sure how much I like that, but well, thank you for welcoming me into your group. That is mighty nice. Being part of something. So, well, I asked this before, but I guess there were other things in the way that needed an answer before. But who are you all? You're a group, you said. So, what are you called? What are you known for?
I don't believe we have a name for ourselves yet, but
Team Goodberry.
I was about to suggest this name. Sienna does provide many good berries for our group, so being known as Team Goodberry does sound quite fitting.
They just won't accept the names that I chose. Too
That's
lewd,
right.
they said.
Two of them were sexual positions. The other one was just straight up, I can't say it in front of children.
Yes, I do appreciate those names, but in private, dear.
I only made 50 good berries last night.
You should make a pie.
Well, I'm perfectly fine with Team Goodberry. Although I don't know that you all look the part of farmers or druids. But sure. Team Goodberry it is.
Is there anything else we need before we head out after Lucas? Any supplies in town?
I mean, I'm still full up from the crossing.
If we plan on getting anything in town, then I may spend some time to help out the local populace, spread the good word and all that.
That does raise a question. Dinar's the only one with a mount. Do we want to buy riding horses, or do we want to deal with me summoning them for 2 hours?
I mean, we could get riding horses.
We could see about that in town. I mean,
You can afford horses?
I'm looking in the bag of holding. I think we could afford a few horses.
Each horse is 75 gold pieces, and you.
Oh, never mind.
What?
I have
Never
8.
mind.
$75, you say?
Each riding horse is 75 gold pieces.
I think the bag only has 108.
I have 20 platinum and 68 gold pieces.
We have 5 gems worth 50 gold each.
Yep.
Also, what level spell is your conjure animals?
3rd.
Oh, so you can only do that twice.
I can
If
try
we
to
do
get
it
the
twice,
price down
I
if
can
we
only-
find the person who's selling the horse.
Conjure animals is 1 hour long, and I only have 2 third level spell slots. So
Oh,
if
so that
we
is
use conjure
literally 2
animals,
hours. Yeah.
we only do it for 2 hours, and I am out of revivify if somebody
Well,
dies.
technically, Sienna can turn to a horse for 4 hours, if I'm right.
Yes, but that doesn't help when we only have 2 horses.
Yeah, we can't
Sienna
do a
and-
Prince Ali acrobatics trick on Sienna's back. That would probably hurt her.
it would literally just be a standard riding horse that I would turn into. Or a cavale, which is slightly slower.
If we do go to a person who's selling horses in town, is there any way I could try and persuade them lower?
There might be.
Nevertheless, we do want to head out. I mean, are we needing to pick up any sort of supplies or anything in town while we're here?
So if we bought 6 horses, although technically I guess we'd only need 5.
I can ride with anyone because tiny.
If we got 5 horses, it would be 375 gold.
Well, we'd have 250 with all the gems.
I've got 18 gold coins.
I have
Honestly,
47.
I don't even know if that's worth it right now because I
Really
mean,
all of our money.
Yeah.
I would rather us not spend all of our money here when we might need supplies or anything in Wildhaven.
Yeah, and according to our DM, if these boats aren't leaving as frequently as we think they could be, Lucas could still be there for who knows how long if he doesn't just hop on any old boat.
So we could just skip town and head to Wildhaven right now and cut time off that way.
Yeah, like I said, if you want to speed up slightly, I can summon mounts.
That is true.
It'd be even faster if we straight line flew. Why, giant owls are pretty fast.
And then we would see Kra just cowering in fear like Par was.
I mean, if Dinar is holding Cry, you should be okay.
Nah, he'd probably still be bothered.
That's not how it works.
No offense to you, Sienna, but I'd really rather keep my feet planted on the ground.
How fast can giant owls move?
I think they fly at 60. Let me double check.
So Cry and Dinar can be on the ground while we fly in the air.
The warhorse travels at 60.
Fly at 60. Yes, but we'd be going straight line. They'd be taking the road.
True, there would be a little bit of a curve around, but we would get there soon.
We keep pace for a bit while moving at full dash.
I mean, I can haste our horse.
There we go.
That only lasts a minute.
Stick together. I think separating would be a terrible idea.
Doug loves it when we split up the party.
Yeah, so why don't half of us go to Greyford right now?
Was that session 1 of Settlers that happened?
Yep.
Uh-huh. Anyway, yes, I think traveling would be good, but if we'll take our time, and when we get there, we get there. I'm sure Lucas probably won't have run off just yet.
And if he has, it's going to take a few days for us to find out where he went anyway.
Well, Crawl, let's get going.
Well, I guess it's moving it is.
So, we're moving then.
Yep.
Oh, then, we're going to Wildhaven, is that so?
Yep.
You don't have any opposition, do you?
No, not at all. I just, well, I just find it quite fortuitous that we are indeed going the same direction, and that you didn't have anything else you wanted to do. That you're in town just passing through. Normally, travelers, they seem to like to stick around for a day or two, but nothing wrong with me.
Well, I mean, we do want to find Lucas, but is there anything happening in town that you're wondering why we wouldn't? I mean, obviously we're going to pick up supplies before we go. I mean, water and other things.
No, I don't think there's anything happening. This town is kind of bland, to be fair. But no, just wondering, really, because, well, I don't know. You're all You all seem like you have some place to go. I just didn't expect you guys to be in such a hurry. Well, we are in such a hurry now, so I guess off we go.
When a loved one is possibly in danger, you would prefer to make as much haste as possible.
Of course, yeah. So lead the way. Friends, wherever we're going together.
Let's go.
So all of you guys then start to go around shops and such, resupplying whatever it is that you guys need to resupply. And I imagine that you have the price for all those things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just like water, maybe some.
Oh, fair enough.
Didn't really use any rations, but we did use water, and definitely for that. And
We definitely need to keep hydrated.
Don't need rations. Good berry.
Yeah. The only thing you need aside from good berries is water. So throw away all your food and pack water.
I'm keeping the
Nevertheless-
ration just in case.
I mean, besides that, there probably isn't too much in the general store for sale. I don't think like any healing potions or anything like that either. So
I don't think so, no.
yeah, because there's kind of a deficit of them around. Anyway, yes. So we'll just get water and stuff and then move on our way.
Alright, you all then pick your things, resupply however you need to, and start to make your way towards Waldhaven. Is that so?
That is it.
Alright.
How much is a water skin? Because Neo doesn't actually have it. He was just using rainwater to drink on these travels.
You don't have a water.
I thought everyone starts with a water skin. What the hell?
I didn't start with class
All right, how much is a water skin? We're buying this dummy of water skin.
Hold on, I'll grab a PhD.
Water skin is 2 silver pieces.
Done and done.
And it weighs 5 pounds when it's full of water.
Holds half a gallon.
4 pints.
This is 1 pound a pint and 1 pound for the actual water skin.
So yeah. Yeah, you buy yourself a water skin from the general store. And you do notice also that Hejmar is not huge. There's the there's the general store Comptons where you buy the thing, and then you notice that very close by is the stables where they do indeed sell horses, and you make a mental note to maybe check over there later on to see if they have horses that you might be getting later on. But for now, yeah, I imagine that you all decide to leave by foot, right?
Until we can all afford horses, I think leaving on foot would be a good idea.
Okay. So you leave. Seeing as it's already noon, well, 1 in the afternoon, you start to go. Yeah, you move another 20 kilometers closer to Wildhaven before night falls, and you have to stop and camp. So you travel for some while. Night eventually approaches as you're all as you keep on walking, and you camp down by the side of the road, doing the usual process for preparing the tiny hut and encampment and such things, right?
Yep.
All right.
Been raining the whole time? Or most of it?
No, it has not rained at all today.
Yeah, still.
Okay.
Ugh.
So instead of hanging his robes from the quarterstaff, the robes are a nice little pillow.
Sure thing. So all of you guys lay down for the evening as you all prepare your things that you need to prepare, and who is going to take tonight's watch?
I can't see in the dark, but I definitely will take a watch.
I worked well with Basil last time.
So I guess we'll take a watch then.
So Donar and Basil.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I need the two of you to go ahead and make me a perception check. And you guys get straight rolls this time around. Alright. So night comes. And you just lie down for a moment. Well, all of you. Including your new traveling companion, Rags. And a few more moments go by as you guys just taking your watch. And suddenly you see absolutely nothing. This is a tranquil night. Nothing seems to be happening. Everything's super chill, super tranquil. So,
Donner, I have to ask this. I know you've traveled with Kra for a while, but how did were you guys like childhood friends or something? I'm trying to figure out how you two met.
He came to the village about 2 or 3 years before it was destroyed. His master sent him on some
5 years.
project. 5 years, excuse me, 5 years. On a project to conduct research on the blood of Dragonborn, and I met him then.
So he did his research on you.
He did.
Okay. I have to ask this. Um, you know, you are part of, your skills and your talents. You're a paladin, but you do follow a calling of your own. Has it?
I do.
I don't pry, but has it changed ever since the happening of your destruction of your village?
Yes, it did. I swore vengeance that day upon those who destroyed my village.
Vengeance is a very strong emotion, I'll tell you, my friend. Master Lilith told me that one of her friends was that way starting out when she knew him. That he had a goal. Honestly, it kind of happened similar to you. That his focus was there, and that it, at one point, possibly could have even um that it could have even destroyed him. She told me of how he came in possession of something that could have blinded him, pulled his sight away from what is good, and made him go down a deep, dark path. So, while vengeance can be a tool, please don't let it encompass your life, my friend. It would be foolhardy to think that it's the only thing in your life. Make sure you keep your eyes from being blinded with it. All right? It's something
It's
that you
true.
should know.
It is true that this can be the case, and would like to think that Craw helps keep me more balanced. But I will find the cult of Thanatos, and I will destroy them.
I understand, but don't let yourself go out of control doing it. There's more to life than vengeance, just so you know.
I thank you for your wise advice.
Gonna nod. Just going to be talking it through the night.
So, as the two of you share some words to one another and share also a little bit more of understanding, eventually you feel the drowsiness coming to you, and you wake up the next few people to take on their watches, and soon enough, everyone has taken a watch, and night ends. You all wake up with the sun shining in the distance, and then you realize another day has gone by, and you're a little bit closer to finding Lucas. So, it's another day of travel, I imagine.
Yes.
Alright. So, you travel some more today. As you're traveling, I would like everyone to make a perception check.
Do me and Crow make an advantage?
No.
Oh boy.
I'm feeling lucky here, and I would like to re-roll that.
Yeah, I still had Whisper turned on for other reasons. My roll was a 17.
I didn't hear
Much
what you
better.
said, Doug.
And I said no, a straight roll for you and Kra. Alright. And Donar with a 19 this time around. So perceptive, you guys. Nothing seems to be too weird or too bothersome as you're traveling, except that at one time you see two riders riding horses. They seem to be coming from an opposite direction, and they sort of go by you. You notice that they are, first they seem in a rush, and secondly, it's two bugbears wearing very heavy armors and long swords, bows. They seem well armored and armed, and you imagine that they're very capable fighters just by the level and quality of the materials that they are using. And furthermore, they seem to be escorting a hobgoblin who does not look the part of a warrior. He looks the part of a trader of some kind who seems to be carrying just bags filled with papers. As you can see, some scrolls even are kind of poking out of his bags. And he just...
Doug,
Yes?
is there any sort of like identifiable symbols or anything on this riding party? Like on armor or on a cloak or anything like that?
I do want to call out to them in Goblin as they pass by, though.
Basil, you do see that they do seem to have symbols, and the symbols that they have in their clothes is simply the symbol of the guard of Wildhaven. It seems like they are they seem to be guards from there, and you imagine that not just city guards, but city guards of a somewhat higher ranking to be sent into voyages back and forth escorting people. But you recognize these people to be from Wildhaven. And Sienna,
Alright.
you call out to them and they seem to nod with their heads and slow a little bit their gait. Oh, good morning, travelers.
Morning.
Good morning.
Any news of the road ahead?
It's a beautiful day further down the road. Nothing weird, nothing funny. What of your side?
Nothing to report, really.
Grand. Should be a tranquil voyage then. You're going to Outhaven, I assume.
That was our path, yeah.
Mighty fine. Enjoy your time in the town.
Thank you. Safe travels to you.
And to you as well. And they just nod and pick up their gates again. And their horses speed up, and they just keep on going the opposite direction towards Hanjamar, it would seem.
They said the road ahead is fine. There's no trouble on it.
Rather impressive.
You pick up a couple languages wandering random roads in Mitos.
I only speak Orc.
Kind of a little unwritten code of travelers. If one asks for news ahead, it's best to exchange it. Helps everybody out.
Yep.
Indeed. And should we encounter this individual in town, perhaps he would be more accommodatable with whatever discussions or trades we may have with him in the future.
Maybe so.
Depends on who it is.
So, after seeing this, you guys just press onwards for yet another, for the remainder of the day. And indeed, just like these Outriders mentioned, the road ahead is clear. And you make some more time, but you stop midway through the voyage before the sun sets and nighttime comes. And you ponder if you should keep on going or if you should sleep for the night, camp by the road.
I should probably just stop for the night.
Agreed.
Pull up to the side, find a nice spot.
Alright, as you all stop down for the night, Rags seems to just come by a little bit harrowed from all the walk. Ooh, man. It's been so long since I walked this much. You guys really don't make stops, do you?
Only when we need to.
Oh boy.
I hope you are not too tired for some other activities before we lay down for the night.
Goodberry?
Good berry.
I'll take you. Thank you. And he picks one of the good berries that you prepared and puts it down in his mouth and starts chewing. Even if they were poisoned, it's such a relief. So, are you sure we need to go at this speed? Really?
As I mentioned back in town, when a loved one may be in danger, we would like to make as much haste as possible. So we apologize for the rigorous pace, but we shall not be going any slower.
Oh, all right. Okay. I guess all right. I guess it works.
If you would like, dear, I may be able to show you some magic if you do not know it already.
I don't know that I can even process anything new this time around, but sure, that'll help, I imagine.
Neo. Sorry, bird.
That is some weird birds flying around at this time of night.
It's those semi-nocturnal screeching birds. Everybody knows about them here.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. It helps with the ambiance.
Yes, Par. What were you about to say, dear?
You're saying, Neo, you incorrigible dragonborn, working that fast already?
But using magic under pressure is a useful tool for any budding spellcaster, especially with the right incentives. So, Rags, dear, you have mentioned you know the magic missile spell.
I do, yes.
You know how to protect yourself from a magic missile spell.
Uh, uh, you see the cogs running his mind as he just thinks about it, and eventually he just kind of shamefully just kind of lowers his head and says, "No."
Very well. I shall show you how to do this. Please, cast a magic missile.
Uh, what? There are no squirrels around.
Cast at me, dear.
Are at you? Are you sure?
I am
He's
100% certain. Please, cast magic missile at
He
me.
wouldn't ask you to do it if he wasn't prepared.
Oh, all right. Okay. Okay. I will do this, but just so you know, I am not a healer. If you start bleeding or if any bones break, I will freak the fuck out. So I really hope that you know what you're doing.
That's what me and Par are here for.
All right. I'll trust you. We're berries, bro, aren't we? Okay. All right. And he seems very nervous, but he seems to prepare himself. You see that he doesn't just goes and casts it with a flourish like Kra does whenever he casts it. You see that he goes into this whole process of kind of spreading his legs a little bit and firming his feet on the ground, and he kind of lowers his head and seems to do some weird motions with his arms and his hands, and kind of just feels almost like he's sort of dancing, trying to summon something. And it goes for about half a minute before he throws in some incantations and goes, and da, and you see that he casts magic missiles, and 3 of them will fly sort of haphazardly, and you see that they kind of blink in and out of existence as they kind of go towards you, losing their power before they even hit you. But eventually they do come at you, Neo.
And then Neo will just raise his hand, say his incantation, and use the shield spell.
Fair enough. Incredibly easily and very fast, you just raise your hand, and a barrier of arcane energy just operates in front of you, which blocks all 3 of the magic missiles, and you don't feel like they explode with that much force to begin with. They seem a little bit kind of meh when they explode against the barrier. But you imagine that if they hit you, it would still have hurt somewhat. But you get the sense that this Rags, even though he seems able to cast spells and other such things, is still a long ways away from being a bona fide caster like yourself and Kra.
What was the word? What was the word? What were the words Sienna used a while ago? Better at theory than practice?
When did I say that?
It was a long time ago.
Maybe.
It was around the time we first met.
Perhaps you may need more practice in other areas as well. The magic missile spell should be an instant cast. However, I believe your somatic component was a bit lacking, if I may be honest.
Maybe he's better at other types of magic. Maybe I should show him something that I can do. Maybe he can do something like that.
By all means, dear.
Dinar walks over, makes a couple of gestures.
And as you approach him and you make your gestures and utter your divine words, a zone of radiance spreads around you, Dinar, encompassing whichever one of you guys are close enough, including poor Rags, who goes and makes a charisma saving throw.
Good.
I believe he saves with a 16.
Oh yeah, he smoked me. 14.
And
Rend and Neo are the only ones who can't lie. And Par.
Well, Neo chose to just not care.
And all of a sudden you just see as Rags just kind of blinks a little bit more alert and says, "Whoa, what was that?"
It is a zone in which those whose minds fall into the divine sense cannot tell a lie.
That I won't lie, that's kind of neat, but mighty terrifying, Mister. I would not like to be caught in one of those.
It has proven to be quite useful in the past, dear.
I imagine. I mean, can you think about it? Not being able to lie? Man, the amount of stuff you would be able to do or have done with that kind of power, it's kind of scary. Huh.
I wouldn't have been I would have been unable to act like an idiot at all.
Yes, keep in mind, dear, that those under the influence of Zone of Truth, while they may be compelled to speak the truth, they are not compelled to speak.
Right.
And in just a moment, you notice that suddenly Rags is like, wait. And he runs over to his bag and he kind of opens it up, pulls out the book, a very large tome you see that has a lot of stuff scribed into it. He kind of just flips several pages and goes to the very end, picks up a quill and starts writing down about the shield spell, about the zone of truth spell, and he starts just writing things down. Oh, so yeah, that's interesting. I need to keep that in mind. Although I never saw anyone back in the library using that one. You said the truth thing zone. Shield though, that somehow escaped my mind. I should have learned that when I could.
Is come to my knowledge, if you have nothing to hide and have a clear conscience, Zone of Truth should have no fear for you.
Which is why, when I realized which spell Dinar was casting, I chose to allow myself to succumb to its effects.
I see. I'll keep all that in mind in here. That's fascinating. And he just seems to sit down and starts jotting down several many notes, keeping track of everything that you guys are teaching him in the way of magic. And
we're displaying ever increasing levels of magic.
And he seems revitalized and energized by having seen a big display of magic right in front of him. And he just starts writing it down. And then you, Sienna, go and cast Erupting Earth. Tell me a little bit more about that. How does that look?
It included the description. I'll change the settings here. A point you can see within range being 120 feet. I'll do it a ways away. A fountain of churned earth and stone erupts into a 20-foot cube centered on that point. Each creature must make a dexterity saving throw, takes 3d12 bludgeoning on a failed save, has as much on a success. The area of the ground becomes difficult terrain until cleared, and each 5-foot square portion requires at least 1 minute of effort to be cleared by hand.
And then you just go and cast this spell out in the distance, and all of you just see a lot of rubble just erupting from the ground, being expelled, almost like a fountain, and just covering a whole area. And the ground even shakes a little bit, not like an earthquake, but it does a little bit of a shake momentarily. And you see the rags. He just when you look back at him, he's just with his eyes fixated on what you just did on the ground, and then he looks back at you, Sienna, with a very shocked expression on his face, and he's like, "Whoa,
Sienna's smiling happily, all chipper and polite.
whoa, whoa. What was that?"
Druid nature.
That's sort of terrifying, you know. You all know how to do that?
I do not know how to cast this particular spell, but I do have an equally flashy spell, should you choose to see it.
Erupting Earth is available for druids, sorcerers, and wizards, by the way.
I'm afraid their magic is different than my own.
Yeah, they may be spellcasters. They all have different talents in it. But there are others who just use our hands and strength.
And sorry, go on.
But yes, strong, powerful magic can be very devastating.
You see that Regs is like shaken as he looks at all this. He's appalled, and you, Basil, gets the sense that, man, when you told that Crow was also a wizard, he expected someone of his level, a peer, so to speak, not so high level casters compared to him. And you get the sense that just now he's realizing how powerful you guys are and how not powerful at all he is. And you see that he kind of starts sweating a little bit, like, okay, I'll keep all of that in mind. That's quite kind of neat. Oh man, I feel so sleepy now. Let's I'll good night. And he just.
Are you sure, dear? Because I would love to work on your somatic components for Magic Missile. Get your casting time down from half a minute to a few seconds.
Make a persuasion check, Neo, as he just looks around, kind of visibly scared from you guys.
See, that was cocked on a 9 and a 19 at the same time. I wanted that 19, but oh well.
It looks like a 19 to me.
Yeah, it does look like a 19, but apparently that was a 9.
Oh well. He seems to calm down a little bit and says, "Oh, well, I guess. Let's, all right, lead the way."
Very well. And to save the role play of this. Neo will definitely be showing him the proper somatic components for Magic Missile. He will be adjusting Rag's stance, definitely being a bit hands-on and turning on his charm.
You can.
Care to join me, Par?
My magic is of a different source. I could contribute almost nothing.
Scratches Par's head.
Don't stress about it, Par. It's not anything to worry about. Your talents are great in themselves.
And thus, you all set up camp and hunker down for the night. So who is taking watch?
I'll take a watch.
Who else?
Because I spent a spell slot, there's only going to be 40 good berries tomorrow.
Do you want me to help you, Rend, since I see in the dark?
Sure, why not?
Okay.
Alright. So I would like both Rand and Donar to make a perception check. Alright. So the two of you are sitting down, kind of walking around the encampment to make sure that everything's alright and that everyone is sleeping soundly and that no danger is approaching in any whichever way. And then, as you're keeping watch, you notice once again, Donar, you see the shimmer in the distance.
Shimmers again.
Yeah. This time, however, you do notice that the shimmer doesn't seem... whenever you notice the shimmer, you immediately just kind of lock on your sight to it to perceive it. And you, Rand, you immediately also pick up on that, and you notice the shimmer as well. And the two of you just see the shimmer moving throughout the grasslands, and it seems to move very fast, and then suddenly it stops.
What do you want?
The shimmer is not close to you guys, it's a mile away.
Oh, a mile away, wow.
Yeah, but even from this distance you can see the shimmer.
That's pretty.
That's not pretty, that's something following us still.
How do we know it's following us?
Well, we don't really, but we keep seeing these shimmering things around.
What if it's part of the natural environment here? It just happens at night.
Well, we've seen some strange things in this land for sure. I wouldn't put it past it.
Santa said a lot of weird things happen.
Let's go see what this shimmer is. Donner takes off.
Wait, don't!
Alright, so Donner, you pick up your things and start to walk off westwards towards the shimmer, and Rand, do you follow suit?
I'm gonna poke Parwick and tell him we're checking out something. Just listen out for us.
What?
Dinar saw something. We're gonna go check it out, just in case something happens. Someone else should be awake.
All right, fair enough. Give me a moment.
And I go chasing after Dinar.
Alright. So, Donar and Rand, the two of you start to step away from the party, from the fire, and as you do, Rand, it starts to become quite hard to see your surroundings, as there is no actual source of light.
I will light a torch for myself.
Sure. You pick up one of your torches and you light it up, casting an area of brightness around you that helps you see the path between you and the tower, and Donar, you see in the dark, I imagine.
I do.
All right. So the two of you walk for some 15-ish minutes, trying to be careful not to step on anything weird, dodging the exploded earth that Sienna blew up a while ago, and eventually, Danar and Ren, the two of you approach this shimmer, and as you approach the shimmer, you notice that the shimmer starts to take form. And the closer you get, you realize that how big it is. It's not. From a distance, it seemed like a small enough shimmer, but when you get close, you see that it's quite big. And
Like dragon size, since we saw Regale Renth?
Ish.
Ish, okay.
Maybe a little bit taller, not so wide. When you approach, you notice that the shimmer, that is the invisibility, seems to fade away, and you start to see bricks, then more bricks, and the closer you get, you notice that it's actually a tower.
Oh my.
Is
The
this
tower.
okay?
We could find the tower now if we wanted, but do you want to go and get the others quickly? I'll wait here for you so that we know where it is.
I'll be back. I'm gonna go and get the rest of the party.
All right.
Guys, the tower. We found the tower.
So, Donar,
What?
you stay behind
Yes.
to watch the tower as Rand just kind of leaves you and starts to dash off into the distance to wake up the party. And Rand, you arrive and do wake the party. However, Donar, while you are away just watching the tower, you do notice that the tower then again, it seems to start to shudder a little bit, and it seems to glide a few inches above ground, and all of a sudden it seems to start to shimmer once again, and very fast, because you're close enough to it, it seems to start moving off into the distance at incredible speeds, and it just whoosh, it's way away from you.
All right. I will head back to the group and tell them what has happened.
At which point everyone is awake now that Ren has gone down, woke up everyone, and everyone's already kind of picking up their armors, their weapons, and to see you showing up, Donar.
It was the tower, but it seemed to float above the ground and then took off in a vast speed toward the hills.
Agnes said that it is a moving tower.
It is. I didn't realize that it was an invisible moving tower and moved as quickly as it did.
Do we
Kind
have a
of.
location? This tower moves all the time, and this would be a good point that we could mark as a place where it arrives at some point.
Yes, but it does not stay but for a moment. But we do have an area where it shows up. And since it does repeat these movements, we would know to come back to this point.
Then perhaps once we have explored Wildhaven, we can return here and see what is inside this tower.
Agreed.
We still need to see Jade, and Agnes said that the tower used to travel to, I forgot how this dimension called.
Agnes said the tower could take us to Zenith, but
Yes.
Mr. Boulder specifically said that we should let him know before we go jumping into other planes. That way, if anything happens or we're gone for a particularly long time, help can be sent or something figured out. I don't think we should be jumping into a tower that has doors to another plane, potentially multiple other planes, without letting the guild know that that is the situation. And we don't have a way of letting them know right now.
Of course, of course.
Then perhaps at the very least we can study the tower and its movements. Maybe we can predict a pattern of sorts.
How would one go about in doing that, Neo?
Well, if I was on it, I could make a map of everything that it's seen, and we can see if it repeats its terrain.
But I know you were making a map, Sienna. I can take you to the point. Was just this direction where I saw the tower.
Okay, well, I don't know how much I have to add. The roads here are already kind of mapped. I've just been making them more precise as we've been going. I did plan on mapping Zenith, though, once we got to it, at least the areas we've been to.
Okay.
The problem with you getting in a tower to map it all out, you would be gone for an unknown amount of time, wouldn't you?
That's true. Ideally, I wouldn't be the only one in it, but yeah.
Then perhaps there is a familiar or something similar that we can leave with this tower as it travels.
Look at me.
I can't do that. I mean, I could ask a bird to follow it, but I don't know how long the bird will do that.
Kra, dear, in your wizard studies, have you learned to summon a familiar?
Yes, I did, but I don't have components for it.
Then
You can probably get
perhaps,
some in Wildhaven.
yes, then perhaps while we are in Wildhaven, we can acquire the components and you can summon a familiar. But for now, if we are not going anyplace, I suggest we continue our rest. We shall need it for the morning.
Is Rag still asleep while we're discussing this, or is he woken up too?
Did anyone wake him up?
I don't know, that's on Rend.
Yeah, I imagine, I don't know if he would be woken up specifically, but since we're all talking in a very close space, it might be a bit hard for him to remain asleep.
I was having the most amazing dream before I was woken up.
No, Rag seems to be asleep, but as you're all talking, you just kind of see him groaning to the side, kind of taking some of your pillows and blankets and kind of putting over his head, and he kind of turns to the side and curls up to try and muffle all the sounds and noises. As he tries and goes back to sleep. And do you take Donar? Do you take Sienna over to the place to see the things?
I do. Yeah, so she knows the spot.
So I will need you, Donar, and Sienna to make an investigation check as you arrive in the place where the tower was, or rather, where you imagine it was.
I would like to re-roll that.
Okay.
Well, your luck points will reset here in a couple minutes.
Oh!
Oh, you're so lucky.
Nasty.
So, Donar, you are not entirely sure that this is the place, but it feels similar enough that you feel like, yeah, I'm on the mark. As you bring
It was around here.
As you bring Sienna over there, and you, Sienna, you look around the place and, well, it's just an empty field. There's absolutely nothing to it. But nevertheless, you start jotting down where you think the place of the tower is. You mark it up, and you kind of just look around, walking around in place to see if there's any sort of more noticeable landmarks, because you're in the middle of the roads. There's heck all else to kind of give you any sort of clue as to where you are. And as you're walking around, you seem to step into something. And when you look down, you do notice that there seems the earth is a little bit disturbed, and there seems to be something slightly metallic prodding out of the ground.
Hold on, let me find it. Hold on, I'm looking for the specific one. I'm gonna wild shape into a cave badger.
All right.
It is a medium beast with a 15-foot burrowing speed, and I'm gonna dig out the metallic thing.
Okay, so Danar, you see as Sienna is walking around, writing things down in a map, and then suddenly she kind of seems to stop, look down at the ground, see something. Then she very slowly and methodically starts to put away her things into her bag, and then out of nowhere she just hulks out into a cave badger and starts digging the ground. And
Well, I've seen this before, so I
Yeah,
understand.
no.
What are you looking for, Sienna?
So I can't speak, I can just make cave badger noises.
but you make your you make your cave badger noises as you keep on clawing at the ground, trying to uncover it, and it seems to be a sizable and kind of heavy as well, as you manage to free it, and uh, uh, a small, well, not small, but a somewhat big object, about like a 2 feet wide and 4 feet tall, little cylinder container sort of deal that appears to be made fully out of metal with several runes engraved on the side.
This has got to be the spot for you to find such a thing.
I guess. Do I know?
wouldn't take it.
No, but I want to look at it. Is there anything that I would recognize or know of just by looking at it?
Make the Arcana check, the two of you.
Okay. If I don't learn anything, I'm just gonna shout for Neo and Craw to come over.
I'm so Arcana.
17.
Can we hear you from a mile away?
It's a whole
I'll
mile.
go get them.
Probably, you're not gonna. Oh yeah, there you go. You rolled a 3. So Donar decides that I don't know what this is, and just walks off to get Neo and whoever else would like to accompany.
Neo and Craw, grab
Har
them.
is going back to the dream he was having.
I go back and I tell Craw and Neo, Sienna found something that seems to be connected with the tower. It looks arcane in origin. I had no idea what it is, but I know that you two might.
Okay, please lead the way, dear.
I lead the way back.
And when we get there, I would like to use my UA sorcerer ability called Empowering Reserves to give myself advantage on any Arcana checks I might need to make just now.
Well, let's figure out what I learned about it first with the 17, which is fucking decent in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely.
So you do show up and you look at it, and it's quite. Well, it's quite intricate the way that all of these runes have been carved into the side of the cylinder, and you do recognize a few of these as abjuration, I believe, magic, and several other sorts of magics like divination as well. There's a shitload of runes in there, and you imagine, Sienna, that this would be some sort of waypoint for the tower. If
Or it could have a set route.
you're not entirely sure how it works, but you get the sense that this is a waypoint for the tower. Judging by all the incantations and runes that have been inscribed into the thing on the ground. And then you see Donar arriving with both Craw and Neo.
I'll tell them what I think it is based on the types of runes that I recognize.
Naturally, Neo will take her words into consideration and inspect the device for himself.
All right.
I think the tower might have a set route, and that these markers underground determine that route. There might be more in the other places we've seen the shimmer.
So, Kra and Neo, you can make your Arcana checks if you would like.
I am using 2 sorcery points to have advantage.
Okay.
I am as smart as Kra. I am smarter than
God, really?
smarter than Neo.
Well, fair enough. You all look at the ground at this device, mesmerized by what it is, but you don't glean anything else. It seems like Sienna was right all along. It is indeed some sort of waypoint or marker for the tower. The specifics of how it works and how the tower knows to come to it, or how it guides the tower or anything else, seems it's lost on you. You're not entirely sure, but you saw the tower here, you saw this thing on the ground, you see that it has several guiding runes. You connect the pieces and infer that, indeed, if you were to come back at this exact spot at this exact same hour that you saw the tower last time around, you might be able to find it again.
Yes, I believe you may be correct, Sienna. I unfortunately cannot tell whether the route is stable or more erratic, but now that we know that this device is here, perhaps we can divine where other such devices may be.
Maybe. Do you want me to bury it again?
I believe that may be for the better, so no one displaces this waypoint and moves it elsewhere or uses it for their own devices.
Right.
I'll try to use Identify first.
Okay. Cry, you try and use your Identify, just try and decide what it is, but you can't quite well identify this device. It's full of incantations for you to be able to discern exactly what it is. There's just too many enchantments packed into one single thing for you to be able to tell. However, what you do learn is that these are indeed, for sure, guiding runes. But you also see that there are transmutation runes. And you guess that using your identifications of spells, you notice that these transmutation runes seems intent on changing itself. That so the device itself seems to reshuffle its runes. And you know that the guiding runes, if they were to be reshuffled in certain specific ways, the whole enchantment of finding the tower could work in different manners. In other words, what you learn is that it seems like it is a waypoint for the tower to follow, but every once in a while it seems to change itself to make sure that the tower follows another path.
Well, that's not good.
But you infer that because this is the waypoint, this is a sure way to find the tower. Whereas if you were to find it in the middle of the road, in other such places, it can be way more random.
I'm gonna make sure that I mark everything I possibly can about this location on our map so we can find it easier.
Kra, dear, would you be able to perhaps use a spell that can locate such an object?
I don't know such a spell, Neo.
I know that spell.
I can also do it if you let me sleep.
That would be quite useful for when we intend to find more of these devices.
There may not even be more. There may just be this one.
Be that as it may, we would still benefit from being absolutely sure, as I am aware that this spell has quite a large range.
Well, I'm gonna wild shape back into a cave badger and bury it if you're all done.
Yes, please, by all means.
Cave badger.
You make more cave badger noises as you bury it back up.
Cave badger, away!
When
Okay,
Sienna is done cave badgering the thing back underground, Neo's going to lightly scritch her on the head.
Badger noises.
And then
I got for 60 feet while I'm a cave badger.
dark vision?
Dark vision for 30, tremor sense for 60.
Ooh. That's fun. And thus, two dragonborns, canine folk, and a cave badger make their way back to camp.
And then walk into a bar and proceed to butcher a joke.
And thus, despite all the interruptions, it was not long enough, according to the player's handbook, to disrupt your long rest, so you all just slink back into bed and go back to sleep to conclude your long rest.
I got my sorcery points back.
So,
What spells I should prepare?
A bunch of stuff happens that isn't on the script.
We have a script. Nobody the script.
the script has changed. So the morning comes, all of you wake up, start preparing your things, packing the camp. But as you're packing the camp, Rags is still fast asleep, and he groans every time you try to wake him up.
I'll pick him up and put him on my shoulders.
All right.
Here, I can turn into a riding horse and just save us the time. I'll just carry Rags.
Okay.
I'll shape into a riding horse.
I put him on her.
Sure. He's still kind of groaning like, let me sleep. And then you just show up, pick him up, and you're like, whoa, what are you doing?
Putting you on the horse.
And he seems to protest a little bit before you pick him up and put him on horse Sienna. And then
Now you can sleep longer.
he kind of seems a little bit afraid of being on such high heights. Now that he kind of does his best to kind of hug horse Sienna's neck. It's like, oh no. Are we moving already? So early.
We must make the most of all the sunlight we have, dear.
Oh, come on.
Besides, the faster we get there, the faster you can get to Socia?
Alright. Okay, let me know if something happens. And he just kind of face plants into the back of Sienna's neck and just kind of starts doing his best to cling himself to her so he doesn't slip off as he's sleeping. But as best as you can tell, Rags is sleeping as you're walking.
Well, we'll wait for no one. Let's get going.
Agreed. Shall we go?
And you do.
Yes.
Still hugging close to Neo.
Neo will definitely accept the close quarters.
So,
I would ask.
go on.
I was going to ask Par a question. Par?
What is it, Ren, sweetie?
Did you have problems on the ship like this? Because I don't remember that.
I did not. Regardless, there's a ship where there is a below decks, and it is rather secure for me.
Well, it wasn't too secure when it blew up.
Unfortunate circumstances, but unforeseen as we were attacked.
That's it.
All right. You travel for some more 40 kilometers that day, getting mighty close to Wildhaven, but not quite.
After 2 hours, I'm gonna put Rags on the ground and turn back into Sienna.
Sure. After the
I'm not
choke,
all of my wild shape just so he can sleep in.
as you use both of your wild shapes and put Rags on the ground, he kind of just stands up like, man, walking time. I'm hungry.
Good berry?
I'll take one. And he picks one of your good berries. Do you have another?
I mean, you don't need another, but yeah.
And he picks the other good berry and says, "Oh, I feel like having two, but thank you." And he eats both of the good berries and kind of gets up, stretches a little bit, rubs his eyes, and starts following along. Kind of drowsily at first, even though all of you have been walking for the past 2 hours, but he keeps up. Slowly getting a little bit more awake now as he goes. So, what were you guys talking about last night? What happened?
Nothing that important.
Are you sure? You guys were mighty loud.
It's part of our normal job working for a guild.
Yes, it was a guild matter, dear.
Oh,
We figured it would be best to let you sleep while you can. New adventure and all that.
you work for a guild. I did not know that. You didn't tell me that.
You never asked.
Well, sorta, but I suppose, yeah. So, tell me more about this guild. What is up with you? I thought you were independent, like a mercenary band or something.
And we work for the Godslayers.
Which is a really weird name when you think about it, as I doubt anyone in it has ever actually killed an almighty.
It's a cool name.
I should very much hope not.
I think it's just flashy.
Oh, the Godslayer's back in Redemption.
Yep.
Wow. Alright. That's kinda neat. I never really got what was up with them anyways. I thought they were just like a more, sort of hire people to go do weird stuff in weird places with weird shenanigans going on. I did not know that they hire people just to hire them. Because, well, I imagine though that whatever you were doing back tonight was guild business. But,
Odd guild business, yes.
well, I imagine it's all confidential and all in the hush hush, isn't it though?
Pretty much, it's kind of a need-to-know basis.
And also quite dangerous. We would not wish to have someone unprepared walk into such dangers.
Though you should not worry too much about harm, as I am here as well as the very capable Sienna.
Yes, between the two of them, they have gotten us out of many dangerous situations.
Last time, when we dealt with those mercenaries, you went unconscious, twice, Neo?
Yes, that was unfortunate, but one cannot always predict when inanimate objects will come to life.
Well, you it, you don't seem like people who go around fighting things just for the sake of it. So, but I imagine that you have seen combat, haven't you?
Indeed. We will
Mara's
not
gonna. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
we will not seek out combat for the sake of combat. Most of us, and Neo will look over at Rend at that point. But when we must protect ourselves or others, we have no qualms of getting into rough situations.
Killed a few pirates, mercenaries that were some slavers that were masquerading as mercenaries. Not much.
Again, Rags, you need not worry. I've got your front.
And
What?
your rear.
Oh,
And I have your brother.
No.
uh, that's mighty nice of all of you. I feel kind of bad now. You're so mighty nice to me, and I've yet to do something cool for you.
No need.
So long as you take the lessons I am providing you seriously, dear, that is all the satisfaction I would require. Unless other things, naturally.
Oh no no no! You can be certain. I'm paying attention to the lessons. They're uh more advanced than what I thought magic was gonna be. But yeah, I'm enjoying them. I'm learning quite a lot.
Shall we continue once we stop for the night?
Uh, of course. Sure. I well, I'll okay. I'll try and save up some energy for tonight. Huh. And you see that Rags keeps on walking, trying to do his best to look a little bit more presentable. But you can see that his clothes are a little bit tattered and his hair is a little bit disgruntled, and he looks tired. He doesn't seem as used to the adventuring life as you guys are, but he seems to be doing his best to keep up.
Doug, I want to double check our stuff, make sure he hasn't stolen anything.
Sure, make an investigation check, Sienna. As you think back to all the things that you had when you left Hanjamar, and then you look back at your backpack, trying to go mentally through the things that you used during the voyage, and the things you should still have and such. And as you look back into your backpack, everything seems to be there. Nothing seems to be missing. Kra, you look at your all of your belongings, and you have quite a good memory. You remember very well everything. And as you're looking at Rags, he doesn't seem to have to be carrying anything more than what he was before. And the whole time that you guys were together, Rags didn't seem to try and snatch anything or pickpocket anyone. He seems mostly to be keeping to himself. If anything, he seems even a little bit more distant after last night. In regards to walking with you and such. You guess that he is somewhat afraid of all the things. And you, Rand, holy shit, you open your bag and there's nothing in it. And you're like, what the fuck? And then
Rand,
you try to reach
you
in.
have the bag of holding.
Oh, yeah.
You try to reach in and your whole arm goes in and you're kind of trying to reach further and you're like, oh no, it's empty. Until someone reminds you that it's a bag of holding. It's supposed to be empty.
I like to think that Ren just goes, sword, check, pants, check, bag of holding, check, done, let's go.
That too. And you guys keep on traveling. And the whole day goes by very uneventfully. Nothing weird seems to happen. Except, however, that as you're walking, you see a building a little ways away that seems somewhat odd. It's it seems like a small little shack, and the rooftop. You have all seen many rooftops in your days. They are normally made of all sorts of things, but this one is made of fully of metal.
Interesting.
And as you approach, I would like Kra and Ren to make a perception check. Straight roll. All right. The two of you do smell some. You feel the smell of something burning. Not burning, but like something burnt, horribly burnt. And you, Rand, you recognize this smell of burnt, whatever, to be burnt meat.
Oh God, who burned perfectly good meat?
Meat like food or meat like human flesh?
Yeah, I'm a little disturbed.
Yeah, it's
Because there is a different smell there according to everybody who's smelled it in real life.
Shall we investigate this?
I'm gonna go ahead and take a look.
Okay? So, Rand, you kind of pick up your axe and goes a little bit further ahead to investigate.
I have a great sword.
Sorry, you pick up your greatsword and go a little bit ahead to see what's going on. And as you walk around the building, you see that there is a... What was it? A kind of shriveled black mass of charcoal, pretty much. That when you look at it from when you look at it, it seems oddly misshapen. But when you get a little bit closer, you notice that it's a completely burnt up goblin that seems to be holding two metallic prongs, and he just kind of shriveled up and died like that.
Oh God.
I'm gonna look at the prongs.
There didn't happen to be like thunder last night, was there? I feel like we
Not
would have
near
heard
us.
No, it's
My fuck.
it's been a
heard it
few,
even.
it's been a few days since the last rained with thunders. It's been 4 days, I think, 4 or 5 days.
It's far enough away where we wouldn't have. It wouldn't be the same storm.
But as you look at the prongs, they seem to be just metallic, kind of like forks that you're not entirely sure about it, Ren. But when you look around, you see that there's a whole sort of machinery in the back of this house. When you look at it, you're not entirely sure what you're looking at. But you can make an investigation check, Rand, if you would like.
Can any of us help, or can I boop him with guidance?
Sure.
You have guidance.
All right, and
12.
I'll let you roll again because the party helping gives you advantage as you look at this and says, what else is here? So roll again.
25.
25. Okay. You start to seek through all the remainders of this machinery, and you do see that there's a lot of things that look metallic, a lot of things that seem odd, and you're not entirely sure exactly what you're looking at. But you see a lot of things that seems to connect into one another for many tubes and pathways and wires. And as you start to just kind of dismantle the whole thing, trying to find whatever it is, you see that at the very base of the machine, there seems to be something, a pole with a metallic point that seems to be connected to two prongs, but they also seem to have been burnt and just charged in some way. And then you try and yank that pole arm away, and you do realize that you have in your hands what appears to be a perfectly good javelin.
Huh.
That was struck by lightning.
I'm gonna listen to the javelin.
As you approach the javelin to your ear, you try and pay attention to it, but it doesn't seem to say or do anything. It's eerily quiet.
Hey, Doug, can I stealth up behind Rend?
Sure.
Basil.
So,
Oh, an 11.
My passive is like 12.
Shoot.
so Ren,
Anyway, I'm still going to do this.
you do notice Basil coming right up behind you.
I'll let him sneak up. Let him think he's being quiet.
Okay.
So I'm going to sneak up behind Rend, and I'm going to be like, and I'm going to whisper as quietly as I can so that it sounds like it's coming from the spear. Rend, Rend, I like you. You're a great person. You should take me with you.
Make a deception check, Basil, with disadvantage. And you, Rand, make a perception with advantage.
I know he's there and I know he's saying it.
Still 16.
But make a perception with advantage, regardless.
Natural 20.
Gosh darn it.
You immediately notice, like, oh, Basil's right behind me. What's he doing? Well, whatever. What is this javelin? Then you hear he trying to say things to you, and you just kind of smile a little bit, like, that sly bunny thinking he can get me. But no, you're not. You're not fooled by this.
I may look stupid, but I am not stupid.
Shoot. I'm just playing. Note this.
Hey, Kra,
What?
I think something's up with this javelin.
Let me look at it.
So, Kra, when you pick up the javelin, it looks normal. In fact, it looks odd because it's the only thing that seems only slightly charred, whereas the whole rest of the machinery is burnt and destroyed in some way, shape, or form.
I'm going to cast Identify on it.
Okay. So you sit down for a moment and cast Identify on this javelin, and after a while, you identify it as a javelin of lightning. If that is even what it is called.
It has returned.
It's a javelin of cute puppies, Rand.
Ooh, can I keep it?
What?
It's a lightning javelin.
It is.
Okay, I thought Cross had something different. It has made a return, guys.
This time it's not with me because Neo can't throw for shit.
I don't think javelins are in your sorcerer weapon list either.
Nope, they're not, so I probably have a straight d20 roll with dexterity. -1.
I mean,
Sienna could do it. She has a +3 to her dex, and she's proficient, so it would be a +6 to attack rolls.
I mean, Rend would probably be the best one to get any use out of it anyway.
So, Rand, Kra goes and explains to you what is this javelin, what it does, and you see now that indeed, looking at the charred goblin, that Seemed like he was trying to harness the power of this item somehow, but it backfired horribly. But now you have it.
Well, it was unfortunate for this poor goblin, but I mean, there's not much we can do about it. It happened when we weren't even here, so.
It is unfortunate what happened to this poor individual. However, tampering with magical items can sometimes lead to disastrous results.
Out of nowhere, you just hear the sound of retching and vomiting. And you look back and you see Rags leaned up against a tree, just throwing up.
Oh, poor dear. And then Neo will go over and quote unquote hold his hair and massage his back and all that.
And you just hear him like, oh, this is now horrible.
Yes, it is unfortunate, dear, but such sights are commonplace when you are an adventurer.
Ah, now I know why they pay you so well. Ugh, how can we go?
Yes, and if there is nothing else of importance here, shall we move along?
I'm gonna attempt to burn the goblin's body in an appropriate pyre.
And
I'm just gonna check the body, see if there's anything else on it.
And seeing that we are not moving as of yet, Neo will lead Rags further away from the destroyed place.
Alright, as you move Rags away, he just kind of shakes his head. Ugh. Why? Why? I don't get it, you adventuring types. This is such nasty work.
It can only get nastier, dear. Just be glad we have not encountered any ruffians of the sort. We may have to dispatch them and create sights such as what you have seen in that shed there ourselves.
Sienna, make a survival check, and Rand, make an investigation check.
While they're doing that, Neo will offer his brand new water skin to Rags so he can rinse out his mouth.
Alright, Rags goes up, takes a few gulps of water, and then spits it, and shudders a little bit. I guess, man, I really thought I was lucky. All my time traveling around, I never saw sights such as these. I thought it was, just folk tale and people telling stories to frighten children and keep them in bed or whatever. But I didn't think it would be this grisly and it is common even. Ugh.
Unfortunately, some folk tales are more than just legend, dear.
He keeps shaking his head like, I don't get it. Sienna, you are able to fashion a pyre and put the shard body on top of it and send it off. It's so burned up you can't even tell if it was a male or female goblin, but you send you burn it up in a little pyre surrounded by rocks, and you even throw in a few plants here and there, and it's quite nice. And you see that even from the surrounding areas, as you see some animals, they kind of just perch at the trees and kind of keep watching very intently. And then it kind of gives a serenity feeling to this whole scene. It makes you feel warm inside knowing that you did something good and selfless. You get the warm fuzzies. Rand, you, however, look inside the... Well, inside. You look at the... you look at the body and whatever else he had at hand, but the body is completely burned up. However, you decide to explore the remainder of the location, such as the inside of the house. And you do find that, despite not having much, whoever this goblin was, had 2 potions of healing left over, and 40 gold pieces. Did you write that
How many
down?
potions of healing?
2 potions of healing, 40 gold pieces, and 1100 silver pieces.
How much silver?
1100.
1100.
I put it in chat.
Put it in the bag.
That's what I'm doing. I'm gonna give Rags 100 silver.
Yeah, Rags is a bit farther away from the shed at the moment with Neo.
Is there any sign inside as to who this goblin was? So we might be able to inform somebody in Wildhaven of their demise.
Exploring the house, you do find that there was only a single bed. No any sort of portraits or indications that other people lived here with this goblin. You do, however, find a drawer with some letters, and I imagine that even though you find them, Rand, you kind of just pass them over since they're not lootables. But Sienna, you do look at the letters, I imagine.
Yeah.
All right. You find that several, well, not several people, but one person specifically had been writing to this goblin. You get the name. You get the sense that this goblin was called Cludibs, and there was this other goblin by the name of Hees who wrote to him. Apparently, they were grandfather and granddaughter exchanging letters about how things are going and everything else. And apparently, this Cludibs was a tinkerer of some sort of inventor, and was trying to just figure out how some things work. And you get the sense that he was alone and kind of solitary and just doing experiments that he deemed too dangerous to do in town, in Wildhaven, and therefore he was experimenting with them here.
Is there like a return address for the granddaughter? Also, can you type the names? Because I'm not sure if I spelled them correctly.
There is. Where did I write that down? Just a second.
Take your time.
I'm almost sure I wrote it down. How weird. Oh, yeah. Here. It's, the return address is the Hissing Banjo Tavern at Wildhaven.
Well, looks like there's 2 people we need to talk to in Wildhaven.
Yep.
How is the daughter's name spelled? You said it was Hees?
The granddaughter is Hees.
I was way off.
And this time around, I got it from the name generator. I had gotten from the name generator.
I wonder if there's a brothel in Wildhaven.
Hey, Dinar, I got a special javelin.
Good?
It turns into a lightning bolt.
That sounds grand.
Just be careful with it.
Don't electrocute yourself like that poor
It only
goblin
turns
did.
into a lightning bolt when I say a word.
Don't electrocute anyone else either, please.
Yes, please. You do not have the capability to render a lightning bolt harmless to those you choose, such as I do.
What's the word?
Well, if I say it now, it's going to turn into a lightning bolt.
Well, set it down and then say it so that you're not touching it.
Is it something cool like Shazam?
That's a dumb name.
Sounds like the name a large sports person may have when pretending to be magic.
I just say spark.
Is there a movie name called Shazam?
I'm probably confusing it with Kazam, but yeah, you get what I mean.
If there's nothing else here and Rags is all set, let's continue on.
By the way, I found 2 healing potions. I put them in the bag.
That sounds good. We may need them at some point.
Yes, those will be very useful when I'm tapped for energy.
And yeah, eventually you walk up to Rand, and give him 100 silver pieces. Is that so?
Yes, I give him 100 silver.
Okay, you give him the money, and Rags just kind of is wide-eyed, looking at this pile of money on his hands, and then up at you. What is this for?
It's just money we found.
Yes, if you are to be a wizard, components for transcribing spells into your spellbook, among other things, they can be quite costly.
He says, I think I understand what you mean by found. Huh, it's a little bit morbid, but thank you. I guess I'll put this to good use. Thank you very much, Rand.
Well, if you are to be part of our group, if not even temporary, you might as well get part of the spoils, no?
I mean, he has a granddaughter in Wildhaven, guys. If she needs this money, then it's rightfully hers.
I tend to agree with this. However, if she is in need of any funding, we can also provide it from our own pockets. At least I would.
Yeah. Besides, it's already mixing with the other gold and stuff.
It's just something to keep in mind.
I agree. Let's keep that in mind. If we make our way over there and find the girl, maybe we should give some of it back to her. I mean, it's the right thing to do, isn't it?
Yep.
Yep.
Alright. Okay, I feel much better now that we made this decision. Let's return the money. Or most of it, I imagine.
And let us be on our way. It is getting rather late, and I'm sure at least Rags here would prefer to camp away from this site.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, let's. And then eventually the whole party just moves on a couple more kilometers, and before the sun is about to set and you decide to camp down for yet another night down at the road.
And yet more training with Rags for magic stuff and Neo being Neo.
Of course. So the night goes by. Nothing big seems to happen in any whichever way, shape, or form. But if any two of you have something, well, anyone has anything they want to discuss with anyone else during the watch, feel free to take away.
Yeah, actually, I am going to. It's going to be the Rend. Rend, I know we've known each other for at least a couple of months now, but you never told me, why did you ever come to Redemption in the first place? I mean, you never really described it. Like 3 months, yes. 3, 4 months. You never really told anybody. You kind of kept that to yourself, especially when you've been playing your dummy alter ego.
I'm here looking for Jade.
Is that all?
Yeah, I'm just looking for my girlfriend. She said to come find her.
I mean, that makes sense. What is
Just give me a second
what's
while I
Jade
look at my
like? What's
backstory
she
here.
like? I'm sorry?
I said give me a second. I have something to explain. I just need to look at my backstory.
Fair enough. I mean, I asked because, since we've been, I would like to consider us friends. I mean, we did kind of have that, all out brawl back in that bar arena thing. But, I kind of would like to know more about you and your past. Because, it's good to kind of see if there's any way I can help. Or, even if I need to.
I'm basically here looking for Jade. She said to come find her after I saw something specific. Specifically what she said was she gave me she gave me this, and Ren will go into his backpack and pull out a necklace with a pendant on it.
Oh. I am okay, and describe the pendant.
Well, I mean, the pendant is just a bit of is just a leather loop to begin with. It's fairly simple, but it has some type of runes kind of woven into the leather loop, which is kind of weird.
Interesting. Is it a family heirloom of some sort, or what? Or do you even know?
She gave it to me and said, when we're gonna be back together, it'll help me find her and tell me about my past. I mean,
Huh.
granted, I don't know who my real parents are.
Really? You don't?
I was an orphan.
I
Nice little
mean,
fox couple ended up taking care of me.
oh. Okay. So you really don't know where you were from?
Yep. If people ask where I'm from, I just tell them Mitos because that's where I was.
Huh. I mean, we haven't known each other long, but maybe finding her will help find out what your past is. It's
One sec. Sorry, really low flying plane. Continue.
I mean, we're all a group now, and you don't have to share this burden alone. I'd like to help you find what else happened.
Well, about time I. Well, you were there when I woke up after that bar fight, right?
Yes?
I told you I saw Jade.
I
She
think
was
you
tra-
did mention that.
and yeah, she was headed towards a lake. I believe Grim Lake was exactly what I said. And she was with a kind of bear.
And you said you saw this in a dream.
I didn't just see it in a dream.
What?
When you and I were fighting in the pit, it was behind you.
Okay. That's even more interesting. So, it's kind
It
of a
was like
calling in a
approving of
sense.
the fight.
Approving of our fight. That's interesting.
Yeah.
I can't say that I understand it, but do know that you don't have to do it alone. I mean, I'm here for you, and gonna pat his leg, look up and be like, and then lightly punch his shoulder, friendly, like, remember that. Also, I don't think we should get into fights like we did there again. I think we freaked everybody out.
At least not until we're back at the guild training.
I agree there. We've got
Because
more
I really
important
want to
things to do.
see. Because I really want to see which one of us wins now, since we're both stronger.
And I'm gonna crack my knuckles. Oh, that will be fun. We'll see.
Yes, it will. Bare fist again.
Always bare fists.
And as the two of you spend this evening together talking and being quite friendly with one another as your watch comes to an end, you realize that you have traveled quite far from Redemption, where you were stuck for the last 3 months, and it finally seems like what you sort of wanted to do has come, or rather is coming into fruition. You are traveling the world, you are hanging out with your friends, and discovering more about your lives and your past. And when the both of you look to the side, just see the remainder of the camp where everyone is fast asleep on the ground somewhere. You can't help but to think that every one of these other people here also have their own aspirations and dreams and objectives and places they want to go and things they want to do. And you can't help but to get a little sense of curiosity to wonder, what is everyone else's destiny gonna be when you finally reach it? And with that, you switch shifts until eventually the morning comes up, and you all are quickly woken up by a light drizzle of rain that starts showering on top of all of you.
Oh god, oh god, oh god.
The dome gave out.
Fuck. Craw!
What?
It's raining!
I'm going to cast Tiny Hut.
It is also already morning.
Ah.
Never mind. Looks like
Get
we've
into
got
the
another
trees!
rainy day ahead of us.
Neo will do his usual rainy day shtick and use his robes as whatever cover he might be able to use.
And you do. All of you just quickly pack up the camp, taking away all of your things and putting them back in your bags. And in a ridiculously short amount of time, all of you are ready to go. Even Rags now. He's up. He's already up, using some of his clothes to cover his head and kind of stick close to you guys. Especially closer to Neo as well. Like, as he covers himself and it's like, okay, I guess we're so close to Wildhaven now, aren't we?
Yep.
I suspect we shall be there later on in the day.
Have a good berry.
And you have a good berry too, my friend. And he kind of picks a good berry if Sienna offers him a good berry, that is.
Yep.
Okay. He shares a good berry with everyone else and kind of lifts it up, almost as in a toast before chomping on it and smiling as he kind of he walks down the road alongside all of you to Wildhaven, and he seems oddly chipper this morning. He seems almost bouncy.
Par,
Yes, what is it, sweetie?
did you show him a good time?
Don't know what you're talking about.
Randall will just do that gesture.
I've kept things on my end rather secure if you're concerned. Why are
asking
you
you.
suddenly interested?
No, Rags is just suddenly chipper.
I believe he has enjoyed his extra training, dear.
Ah, so it wasn't you, it was him. Got it.
I honestly feel a bit challenged. Neo is moving quite faster than he used to.
Really? I think that'd be a bad thing if he was moving fast.
As you are aware, he is now open to such things. Perhaps you may simply ask before we part ways?
Oh, that's no fun.
Oh, I agree. I would enjoy watching you loosen the tongue, so to speak.
You're absolutely incorrigible, Neo.
I am quite aware of this.
And then, a few hours later, by around noon, you guys arrive in Wildhaven. As you come into it, you see that it's a bustling city with several people just going back and forth, trying to take care of their endeavors despite the rain. Everyone seems busy with something, and everyone's doing something as well. And as you walk down the main thoroughfare, you see several plaques to the sides of the things in this town. You see that almost very close by to where you come is the Hissing Banjo Tavern. And then as you keep going a bit further down, you see that it then forks a little bit. But whichever way it forks, it seems to cross the Hewitt River. And on the other side of the river, you see that the city seems to continue with other such buildings here and there. Because as you're approaching from downhill, from uphill, so you get a good vantage view of the city before you cross the main gates and enter the city of Wildhaven.
I would like to go into the Hissing Banjo.
All right. As soon as you as soon as you guys arrive, Rags seems even cheaper than before. He seems to almost just kind of run into the city, spread his arms, and raises his head to the sky, lets the rain drizzle onto his face, and he seems super happy. It's like, isn't it great? Being inside this town again, with walls everywhere, and people, and things, and houses, buildings, so much stuff. It's great.
Yes, it is quite enjoyable to be back in a large city such as this after spending so much time in the open terrain.
Oh, it is very relaxing.
Wait for me, Santa. And as soon as he notices that you're walking towards the hissing banjo, Rags seems to kind of bounce, running towards you to join you as you guys go into the tavern. Which will you?
Neo. I was going to say Neo's just going to follow them in.
Alright. As you make your way inside the tavern, you see that despite the rain, it's quite full. Maybe it is even fuller now, precisely because of how many people, because of the rain. There's a lot of people indoors, and everyone just seems to be very excitedly chatting up. And you imagine that you arrived in some sort of happy hour, as everyone's just cheering and clinking drinks together, and everyone seems quite happy.
Rand, why are you throwing a lightning javelin in the bar?
No, I'm just testing something to make sure it's working right.
Rand.
Ignore that roll, Doug.
You just say, hey, I'm testing something before you do that, otherwise it might look like...
I clicked before I could say something.
So I'm gonna go up to the bar
It
tender,
was a misclick.
and if they're a goblinoid, I'm gonna speak in goblin. If not, I'm gonna speak in common, unless they're an orc. Then I'll speak in orc, and I'm just gonna ask them if a goblin woman named Hees is in town or in the tavern right now.
When you approach, you do see a bugbear who seems to be chatting up with two other patrons, and two gnolls that just seems to be talking amongst themselves and enjoying some drinks. But then he turns to you and the remainder of your party, and he nods. Oh yeah, there is Hees. She is our cook. Why? Do you need to talk to her or something?
I would like to talk to her. We happened by her grandfather's place on the way in.
Oh, sure thing. Let me fetch her for you. And then he just seems to scream to the side, calling for Hees. And then, just a second. There we go. Now we don't have double sounds. He just screams, Hees, there's people here to see you. And then you see this small goblin woman that comes up with an apron and her hair tied up in a bun. And she approaches and looks up at all of you and says, "Oh, hello there. What can I help you with?"
Can we talk privately? We happened by your grandfather's shack, estate, homestead, on our way in.
Oh, sure. Is he doing all right?
Let's sit down.
As soon as you say that, you see this somber look at her face, and she's like, "Oh, okay." And she looks at the bugbear and giving him sort of a meaningful look, and he just kind of nods. And then she sort of takes out her apron and follows you guys to a more secluded corner of the tavern that somehow is empty enough for you guys to sit down and and talk. And then everyone sits down by the table, and she just sort of sits down, and she seems to have her head hanging down low a little bit before she looks up at you, Sienna.
We happened by his homestead, and it would appear that while he was experimenting with a lightning javelin, there was an accident. We set him to rest after finding him that way. And I'm gonna pull out the letters, because I'll have brought them with me onto the table, and I'm just gonna be like, I'm just gonna like sort of hand them back to her, and be like, "It's I'm sorry, but I'm glad that he at least had family nearby and someone we could inform."
She seems to just nods all the while as you're talking. She picks up the letters and she looks at them, and you see that she covers her mouth and her eyes seems to water a little bit, and she just like, I thank you for this. He was such an old man. I imagine he would die of old age, not some sort of accident. Hope it wasn't too bad.
At the very least, dear, you can be happy that he did what he enjoyed until his very last moments.
She nods. It's like, well, thank you. I don't even know. Well, you didn't have to do this, but I'm really glad that you did. You're good folk, I can tell.
I'm sorry. I know you're grieving, but do you know why he would have been experimenting like that? Why with a lightning javelin, or even just why he lived outside of town in his experiments? I'm honestly kind of curious.
It's our way of life, sort of. This is a city of inventors and people trying to come up with new things. Every day. There's so many other inventors here in town. Some of them, though, they do make dangerous breakthroughs and move away, like my grandfather did. Some of them do actually make something out of themselves and move to the big cities. I guess he was just trying to feel useful after Grandma passed away.
We also found some gold in his house. I'm assuming you would like it.
I mean, we're going to give it to you anyway. So that way, it can help in some form and fashion. Maybe let you put a grave marker up or something.
She nods.
There's a pyre and a small cairn of stones outside of his house.
I would appreciate that very much. Every little bit helps.
It was 150 gold.
I know it was 40 gold and a crap ton of silver.
100 silver.
I'm gonna give her 1,000 silver and 40 gold.
Alright. Rags as well, he seems to pull out the money out of his pockets and puts it down as well. All 100 gold pieces. And then just looks at her and says, "Well, and I hope that you know at least that he had company in his last moments. Me and my friends, we made sure that it was quite beautiful." And he seems to use one of his spells to cast a small illusion to show some birds on the table. They don't move or anything, but he just kind of casts the illusion of a bird on the table that says, "He's not alone. He's within nature, and nature is taking care of him now."
Exactly.
And she looks up at him and then at the rest of you all, and you are very nice folk. I was not expecting you all to. Well, I wouldn't expect anyone to go through the effort that you all did. Thank you. From the depths of my heart, thank you. Oh, I don't know that there's anything I can do for you all, but how about a free drink on the house?
That would be lovely, dear.
Of course. If you'll excuse me. And she starts picking up all the coins, putting into her pockets, and walking away back towards the kitchen, jingling as she does. But you see that she stops along the way to talk with the bugbear, pointing in your guys' direction. The bugbear seems to nod and starts to serve a few cups, and eventually he brings it up to you all. And as he approaches the table, he says, "Is everything alright with Ease? She seemed odd."
We unfortunately were the bearers of bad news.
I see. Well, hope it wasn't too bad of a news. But in any case, whatever it is that you guys did, she told me to give you a free drink, so I imagine you did something good. Here you go. And he starts putting down cups in front of all of you. Were you gonna say something, Rand?
No, I'm just wondering why I'm hearing rockets now.
I'm going to slip right up to next to Bugbear, tap him on the leg, and ask him to come down. I'm going to whisper to him. I'm going to be like, "I know she's going to need comfort, but it's because her grandfather passed away. He had an unfortunate accident outside of town."
The bugbear nods. Oh.
So she'll need comfort.
Of course. We take care of ourselves in here. Now, I'll do my best. Thank you. I guess she was right. You are indeed decent folk. Well, enjoy your drinks. It's on the house. And if you need anything else, just let us know. We'll do our best.
Yeah, one quick question.
Of course.
You wouldn't happen to see a tabaxi around here with, like, raccoon stripes?
Yeah, when Ren asks that question, Neo will chime in with a more detailed description of Lucas.
He thinks for a moment and looks at you all and says, are you bounty hunters?
No, dear. I am looking for a loved one.
Ren will continue with the lewd gesture.
Very old friends.
Har is just casually putting Ren's hands back down to the table.
Neo will use a mage hand to flick Ren's nose
Oh,
Hopefully, it's like a boop because it's only 10 pounds of force.
Pretty much just a light flick, nothing painful.
he'll look at you all and say, "Well, there was indeed a tabaxi that came his way, that made his way in town. Apparently was on the run from something or someone. He couldn't keep his hands to himself. Tried to pilfer some things, tried to sneak away into a boat. But you don't have to worry, he's been arrested, the guards have him in custody."
Oh, that's fantastic. Neo is relieved yet concerned at the same time. Do you know where the jail is so I may go see him?
Also,
Sure.
Doug, what time of day is it?
Come again?
What time of day is it in game?
It's about noon.
Okay.
Sorry. The metal hose is just across the river, near by the city hall. Shouldn't be too hard to find.
Thank you for this. I shall take my leave then. Would anyone else care to accompany me?
Sure.
One last question before we go. Why are there fireworks?
Well, the goblins and some of the kobolds are always trying to make up new inventions. Sometimes they explode, and sometimes they are glad that they explode. Don't worry, it's pretty common here.
Imagine that would make for an exciting life here in this city. But if you will all excuse me, I will go see Lucas.
I would hope that they stop at night at least.
I think we all should go.
Yeah, just in case something happens.
Just stick together.
Well, they do sometimes stop at night, but don't be surprised if they don't. But in any case, once again, thank you for what you have done, and have yourselves a good stay here in Wild Haven. And if you need anything else, just let us know.
We will. Thank you very much.
So,
Off to the prison.
all of you then quickly stand up and make your way, after finishing your drinks, of course, make your way to the metal holds, apparently where they are keeping Lucas, running across town as the light drizzle of a rain keeps on showering on top of all of you. And as you are walking to crossing the bridge towards the river, Rags just keeps. You see that he's still somewhat happy. He's beaming, and he's just like, "Wow, I certainly missed this excitement. We barely arrived, and we were already doing things, talking to people. It's life in the cities is so much better than on the road. I'll tell you that much."
Yep, and now we gotta figure out why and how to get your friend out of jail there, Neo.
So forgive me, Rags, for not sharing your enthusiasm at the moment.
Oh, of course. I mean,
Speaking of which,
sure.
you never told me that you would try to steal to get his way onto a ship and stuff. You must have been really desperate to do that.
If you are branded a thief from birth, you are forced to become a thief in order to survive. So unfortunately, Lucas knows no other way to survive if I am not around.
So, you make your way to the jail, to the metal holds, and as you open the doors and enter, you see that it's quite a small, sort of like a guard house thing. There's the sort of the main entrance where there's a few desks and people who seem to be writing down things. some guards just kind of polishing their armors or weapons, and you see that at the back, after a half-height wall, there seems to be some holding cells, and indeed, in the back of one of the holding cells, you do see Lucas there. Neo, immediately your eyes just dart to him, and you see that he's in there, but he doesn't seem to notice you coming in.
Lucas, dear.
There's a whole way of guards in between the two of you, though. And as soon as you enter, one of the guards who's sitting down by the tables, he doesn't seem to have armor. He seems, full armor at least. He just looks up and says, "Oh, hello. Are you new to town?"
Yes, we are simply passing through at the moment, and I heard someone I am quite close to is being held here.
Who would that be?
A tabaxi with a fur pattern that resembles that of a raccoon.
He thinks for a moment and then looks at the holding cells and says, "Oh, that one over there."
Yes, I would like to know how I would be able to free him.
Well, freeing is an entire matter. We're still investigating his whole cause. But, sorry, I didn't catch your name. Who are you again?
My name is Neo.
Well, nice to meet you, Neo. This man has tried to steal from the city and sneak into a boat with stolen goods. He has to answer for his crime.
Yeah, I am definitely dropping the noble card here. I am quite sorry for whatever items he may have attempted to pilfer. You must understand that there are serious matters outside of his control that has forced him to resort to such dreadful behavior. I would be appreciative if you can allow him to be freed, and I will pay whatever recompense is required.
He looks at you and then recognizing that you're a Mythosian noble, he's like, "Ah, I see. Well, of course, it's not that serious of an offense, but he did cause harm to the people of Wildhaven. There is a bounty on his head, 50 gold pieces, if you're...
Done." And Neo will just empty his pockets, realize he is 3 gold short at the moment, and...
I can help you with that.
We've all got 3 gold to spare. It's fine.
Yeah, so Neo will completely empty his pocket of gold and accept 3 gold coins from the first person to drop it into his hand.
And quickly enough, there's 50 gold coins at the table in front of the guard, who just looks down at it, looks at the coins and says, "Well then, fine. Srud, release the tabaxi. His bounty has been paid." And one of the bugbears, the other guards, the bugbear, just kind of nods and says, "Alright," and goes to start opening the cage, the cell. And the guard that's looking at you just says, "There is, however, a little matter. Apparently, he might have also committed crimes in Hanjamar. We apprehended some stolen goods from there. We sent a missive over there to make sure of those claims. And he'll be... well... people will be making their way over there, coming back with a report. And if we find out that he's also has a bounty over there, we will... we would like you to also pay that bounty."
Do you know how much the bounty for Henmar is?
I don't know. That's what we sent a crew to check upon. But they should be making their way back in a few days. If not,
Was that 2 bugbears and a hobgoblin?
yeah.
Yeah, we passed them on the road.
Oh, nice. Well, they should. How long ago was this?
2-3 days?
I want to say it was 2 days.
Well, they should be making their way back mighty quick then. Don't worry. If just stay in town for the remainder of the day, then we should have news of it by then. Then one of our own will find you and see about settling the rest of the debt. And as he's saying this, the other hobgoblin has opened up the holding cells, propped Lucas up, kind of pulling him away of the cell. And as you look to the side, Neil, you'll notice there's a beaming eyes in Lucas's face as he sees you, and he seems mighty happy to be rescued. And as they pull him closer, the guard at the table just looks at Lucas and says, "And you're lucky that you have friends in such places, but if I were you, I would stay out of trouble. No matter what sort of friends you have, the law still applies to you. If we catch you stealing again, there will be no bounty that will take you away from these cells. Do you hear me? Do you understand?" And Lucas just kind of shyly nods like, Yes, I do understand. Don't worry, that won't repeat. And then the guard just looks at the remainder of you and says, "Well then, stay in town, good sirs, and we shall try and find you later. Have a good
Neo
one."
is definitely trying to contain himself at the moment. Yes, we shall be at the Hissing Banjo, should you need our assistance on anything.
Alright. Have a good day.
You as well. And then the instant we're away from the guards, Neo will just pull Lucas in for a big hug and kiss and all that good stuff.
And you do. And immediately everyone is a little bit surprised by seeing this Lucas in the flesh after hearing about him for so long, and also to see how close you guys actually were. And when you finish the hug and the kissing, you see Lucas. He kind of doesn't seem to want to let go. He kind of clings to you for a moment longer until he notices the entirety of the party there, and he kind of lets go, but keeps very close to you.
Quite happy that you guys are rejoined and in very well spirits. Maybe we might take this someplace else. I don't think a jail cell is the best place to reunite, in a sense.
Yes, let us return to the Hissing Banjo. Oh, Lucas, I've missed you so.
I missed you too. Oh, Neo, it's been horrible. Ever since, I've been through so much. You wouldn't even believe me if I told you everything that I've been through.
A giant white dragon?
Yes. He looks at you with a weird look in his face as you mention the giant white dragon and the undead. And it's like, yes, how do you know about that? Did you...
Let us discuss this away from prying eyes and ears.
Meta dragon.
and you guys just abscond away with with Lucas back to the Hissing Banjo Tavern, I imagine.
Yep, back to the Hissing Banjo, and whether or not, oh wait, Neo no longer has any money. Well, we need rooms.
Let's have any money.
Let me do that.
So, Rand, you go over to the tavern, and
Expecting
you
to have some form of entertainment.
you try and talk them up and make a performance check with advantage as you start to score rooms for the party. All right. The bugbear who was there before, he is quickly convinced that it would be nice to have a that would be nice to have someone out of town, and especially of your size, to do something to entertain the folks. And quickly enough, he does find a use for you. There's a lot of goblins and kobolds inventors who are trying to come up with some sort of machinery or some things, and they have a whole lot of things that they wanna try and experiment to see if they can beat your strength with gauntlets, with harnesses, and all sorts of things. And you know, everyone's more than willing to watch this display of the genius inventions of the goblins versus the mighty brawn of the Sheppel.
I was gonna say, if possible, Park can set up some little free massage corner with suggested donation.
Of course. You also try and set that up. So you can make a medicine check
Yep.
to see how well that goes. And
Best massages ever.
as the day goes by, you manage to score how much? 7 gold pieces from several donations, split up in like coppers and silver pieces, but eventually you rack them up enough to exchange it for 7 whole gold pieces. And the tavern keep, the bugbear is like, sure, there's some rooms that I don't think we're gonna be using. You can have them free of charge.
How very generous.
And thus, as you guys make your way to the rooms to kind of dry off a little bit and settle down, Lucas, he is very concerned as he looks at all of you like, so how did you find me? How did you know what I had been through?
We have been traveling around, asking questions, and they led us here.
There was an encounter with slavers and a call and a mage with a trapped tower.
And we met the dragon, we talked to it.
Dragon, and then like 4 or 5 days on the road.
The dragon, yes. I remember the dragon. It took something away from me. I don't know how, but somehow I remember it touching me with one of its claws and taking something away. A memory, I remember. I don't actually remember the memory, but I remember the feeling. There was something I used to know that I no longer know. that was taken from me.
I can imagine what that possible knowledge could be, dear. For the dragon has taken something from myself and Dinar there.
Yes. Oh, but I know what it is. I remember. I had written it down. The secret about your family. And how your family can go to the land of dragons, apparently.
So it is not just me, it is the entire Pregis line.
There's. I never meant to do any harm with this knowledge, but I discovered it one day that your family keeps in close touch with dragons and doing dealings with them, and they are allowed to go into the land of dragons. And then I learned how they are able to go to the land of dragons. You are all something called blizzardlings. And I knew that was something very important, something that people would try and kill me to get. So I wrote that down and ran away. I'm really sorry that I didn't get to tell you anything before. I tried to leave you a message, but people were already looking for me, and I tried to run away, but then they caught me. And then they dragged me through hell and back. I feel almost like I've been traveling for weeks with these people until we came across the dragon. The dragon killed them on spot. And it let me go. And now I'm here. There's one problem though. I'm afraid. When I couldn't just I had nothing but the clothes in my body and my little journal. So I stole it and tried to make my way here to fetch a boat and vanish again. I had to steal. I didn't want to, but I had no other option, no other choice.
Oh, I understand, dear.
And I thought I was sure that I was good and nobody was gonna caught me, but I slipped. I was careless and I thought I could just enjoy the fireworks for a day, and then they caught me. Then they arrested me and confiscated everything I had. I don't have my journal anymore. They took it.
We should get it and destroy it.
I agree, we must re-obtain this journal if it contains such harmful information.
They don't have
Was
it
it-
anymore.
Was it the guard or the cult that took your journal?
The guards here in Wild Haven.
Your family might be in danger.
They arrested me. They confiscated the journal, and last I hear, they sent it over to Hanjamar, alongside other things, to find out the crimes they committed there. I'm really sorry, Neo. I did my best, but your secret has the secret of your family. I'm afraid it's no longer a secret.
That's bad. That's very, very bad.
And that is where we're gonna end today's game, everyone.
Thank you. All right.
Uno. I
No
win.
idea how Neo's gonna tolerate that.
I was debating when we were Arcana checking the tower marker. I have a motherfucking 10. I was debating throwing that in.
I actually forgot I had the card when I was doing the Arcana check on the thing, so whoops.
Should have thrown my 10 in. Would have been 27.
But yeah, I don't know how Neo's gonna process that.
But hooray! You rescued Lucas. Congratulations, everyone.
And I don't plan on letting him out of my sight ever again.
Level 6.
What? No. You don't level up yet. You're still level 5. But you're level 5 in Wildhaven now, so that's exciting.
Yay.
We gotta find Grath's parents.
If they're alive.
All the Hewitts. The stories they will have. But no. If you try and do that, you will try and do that some other time, because now is the end of the game. So thank you guys so very much for playing, and to the people over at Twitch, thank you guys so very much for sticking around for as long as you have. The game went a little bit over time, but that's alright. Normally they do, sometimes they're a little bit longer, and that's not too bad, because if for whatever reason you can't catch up the game because it goes a little bit over, you can always go and watch a replay of the game by going over at my YouTube channel and seeing the replays. And in fact, if you even miss a whole stream for a day, no worries, you can always watch the replays back at my YouTube channel. And on top of that, if you're not only into watching replays because they're a little bit long and takes time, you can always go over to the wiki, and that is maintained by the players, and try to read upon the subjects, the players, their relationships, their characters, and see what else is new, in case you need to catch up with anything else. But
I might need a wiki entry for Lucas now.
we do. And on top of that, this was it for Conquerors of Nolyn. I have yet to fix the title of the end screen, but thank you guys so very much for watching. I hope you have an amazing weekend doing whatever it is that you normally do on your weekends, and we'll be seeing you guys Tuesday, when we'll be back with more Conquerors and more D&D for the other two teams. So I'll be seeing you guys later. Goodbye, Twitch.
But let's just be honest about Lucas. He's Sly Cooper.